to the panel discussion on caste, intersectionality and discrimination. I request Professor Narasimha Reddy Garu to come on to the dais. Professor Amal, the discussant of the panel, could not join because of his other given engagement today at the APU. He will be joining online. I request Professor Narasimha Reddy Garu to come on to the stage. Okay. Professor Amal, welcome to the panel discussion. I request Professor Vibhuti Patil to come on to the stage. Professor Pushpesh Kumar. I request Professor Asim Prakash to come on to the stage, and Professor Lakshmi Narayana to come on to the stage. I request Professor Jajati to introduce the panel discussants.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back after the tea break. Honorable Chair, Professor D.N. Reddy, all the dignitaries on and off the dais, Dean School of Economics, all my colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen. I feel extremely privileged and proud to introduce all the guests in this panel. Caste, intersectionality and discrimination. Professor D. Narasimha Reddy is going to chair the session, and Professor Amalandu Jyotishi, who is online, is going to be the discussant of the session. And the paper presenters are Professor Vibhuti Patil, Professor Pushpesh Kumar, Professor Asim Prakash, Professor K. Lakshminarayan. So let me introduce Professor D.N. Reddy. Professor D.N. Reddy, in fact, needs no introduction in this School of Economics. He was a former professor of this school. He was the dean and head of the department of the school. Currently, he is working as a visiting professor in the Institute of Human Development, New Delhi. He is a renowned scholar in the area of labor, political economy, and development. He has several works. He has worked extensively in the area of labor and political economy. I'll just name a few of his works, his publications. One is Towards Understanding WTO Doha Development Round in 2005, Labor Regulations, Industrial Growth and Employment, a study of recent trends in Andhra Pradesh, Agrarian Crisis in India. This book was edited with Professor Srijit Mishra. And another important work which is widely cited across the academics world is Contours of Agrarian Questions Towards Political Questions of the Peasantry in India, and a critical perspective on agrarian transitions. And there are many more to his credit. And he has published more than 100 research papers and produced many research scholars. Like the School of Economics is highly thankful to Professor D.N. Reddy. So I think almost all of the scholars, the teachers now in the School of Economics are his students. So a big hand for Professor D.N. Reddy. Professor Amalandu Jyotish is a professor at Ajim Premji University, Bangalore. He works in the area of mm, food security, bread, fish, value chains, subsistence economics, and ecological issues. He is also a known scholar in the area of food security. He has published extensively in the Journal of National and International Repute. Also, a couple of books he has published. To name his books, a couple of books he has published. Mm, uh, he has also worked for the research project for World Bank and many more international institutes. We welcome Professor Amalendu Joshi as a discussion on the online mode. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Vibhuti Patil. Professor Patil is a former professor at the Advanced Center for Women's Studies, Tata Institute of Social Science, Mumbai. She is a retired professor and head in the same department. Her expertise spans in the area of gender economics, women's studies, human rights, social movements, and gender budgeting. Dr. Patil has authored Women's College of New Millennium. She has also co-authored a notable work called Reaching for Half the Sky, Indian Women Change and Challenges. She also co-edited a couple of books, and she is a known scholar in the area of gender and women's studies. We welcome Professor Vibhuti to the session. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Pushpesh Kumar. Professor Pushpesh Kumar is a faculty at the University of Hyderabad. He works in the Department of Sociology. He has done his PhD and all academics from Jawaharlal Nehru University. His area of specialization includes gender, sexuality, kinship, family, body and society, digital sociology, and globalization. We're fortunate to have you, sir, today here. So look forward to hearing from you. Next, I would like to introduce Professor Ashim Prakash, who is the campus director of Tata Institute of Social Science, Hyderabad. We welcome you, sir, here. So he has been instrumental in shaping public policy, education. He works in the broad area of public policy, data science, inclusive cities, public policy and governance, cities and governance, and many more. He has authored a book called Dalit Capital and the Indian Middle Class. So these are two books to his credit, and many more research articles he has published. So we welcome you, Ashim Shah, here to the panel. And, and I would like to introduce Professor K. Lakshman. He is my colleague in the department, in the School of Economics. He is a senior faculty in the department. Apart from his research and teaching, he is also a social worker. He works for the development of the society, particularly for ACs and ST Dalits. So his specialization includes economics of education, political economy of development, agriculture economics. He is the former president of University of Hyderabad Teachers Association, and he initiated projects like Akshara HU, a student-driven initiative to improve government schools in the local villages. So he has contributed towards, like that kind of Ambedkar. He has also contributed to the development of Dalit students and students belonging to rural areas in studying in government schools. So he has extensively worked on them. So we are fortunate to have you all here in the panel, and look forward to hearing from you. With this, I would like to conclude. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Let me at the outset thank the organizers, and particularly the organizer, Professor Sridevi, and the School of Economics for making me part of this seminar. I think I will be the richest beneficiary of this particular seminar, right from the keynote address from the morning. We have very little time. As we have known from the introduction, we have four distinguished panelists. And I think one of the presenters is online, or yeah, discussant will be online. That would be his misfortune, because it's very difficult to be a discussant and be online. Because anyway, let us see what happens. And the time is very short. Therefore, each panelist would get, let's say, 10 minutes. I'm a very liberal chair. I don't like showing you time restrictions. Therefore, I'm grateful to a couple of my young friends sitting there. They will show you 3 minutes and 1 minute. And therefore, it's your responsibility and their responsibility to show the time and stick to the time. So, with this, I think I would perhaps, there would also be some time, hopefully, for discussion, even after, already we are running late. I have bargained with Professor Sridevi that we'll get 15 minutes more. Therefore, I think we can manage time, provided you cooperate. I'll go by the order in which it is listed here. I would request Professor Vibhuti Patel to present her. And I also would like to take your permission to go and sit there, because it looks like this slide is as if my head, talarata they would say. It's not, hopefully it's not, because it's hitting me. I'll just go and sit there. Yeah? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Cool.
Good morning, friends. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Sridevi Gumadi and the Department of Economics for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you. And I greet esteemed co-panelists and the experts, teachers, and scholars in this august audience. My presentation is on gender gap in work participation of women in Indian economy. As you can see, what all the economic development has done for the intersectionally marginalized communities, and especially those who are at the bottom of the pyramid of economy, they are women. And this is what the question is being asked, that where is my livelihood, no? Now, coming to the theoretical aspect of the, how do I, okay. So I think Professor Ashwini Deshpande's very data-driven and analytically rigorous keynote address has set the tone, and we all now know that markets are not equalizers. Market exacerbate marginalities and inequalities and the gap. And when it comes to gender and labor market, whether it's the product market, labor market, or factor market, what we see that they all are going by the gender stereotypes. Gender, the kind of segregation that you see, the layering that happens in the market is because of, in terms of opportunities that you get, the way you are treated when you are in the labor market, and when do you have any chances of getting a better deal. So that this becomes a very important, and in the context of Sustainable Development Goal 5 and 8, if we see, and that has been our promise, and can existing market structures fulfill those promises? So that is very important question. Gender-based labor markets in the based differentiation in the labor markets happens in terms of opportunities, treatment, and also remuneration. And I think Professor Gumadi quoted Claudia Goldin's recipient of the Nobel Prize for 2023. And I quote that globally, around half of all women are in paid employment, while equivalent figure of men is 80%. When women work, they usually earn less. And I think this is more so in case of the post-colonial economies. As per the 21-22 labor force participation data, official data, 29.4% in the age group of 15 to 19 were in the labor market. There are a lot of controversies about the CMI data and the NSSO data, and recently what the government has given, 34%, and that too we will try to deconstruct. So deeply rooted wages and labor market inequalities are determined by intersectional vulnerabilities, and how markets are socially constructed, and how institutions and social networks, they work in exacerbating inequalities, because it is not only the gender stereotypes among the communities, but employers also have the same type of gender stereotypes, and a number of studies have shown that. When it comes to caste, intersectionality, and discrimination, I think morning's keynote address had shown so many evidences, but there have been many researchers over last 20 years who have done very good work, whether it's Madhura Swaminathan and Majumdar in the context of rural labor market, Adeshwaran and Atwell's work, Professor Sukhdev Thorat and Sadhana's work, Chattopadhyay, Chakraborty and Ake's work, and Agarwal's several articles in international journals, and also Sengupta and Das' work also has shown that the nature of employment that you get also depends on your class. We have MPhil in TIS, still he is a sanitary worker. I'm talking of Bombay campus. Chances of promotion, occupational mobility, differential wages, possibility of promotion, absence of social security and social protection, and sexual harassment at workplace. When so many sewage workers died while cleaning the underground sanitary this underground sewage channels, we were asked by the Maharashtra Human Rights Commission to do a study, and that also showed that we had a MA psychology from Bombay University, students from master's degree, they were also doing the sewage cleaning work in city of Mumbai, which is supposed to be the most modern city of our country. When impact of economic changes on the occupational work that women are doing, we have seen to certain extent at the top of this thing, where we see now more professionally qualified women in the upper echelons of power, but in a very microscopic minority. When the gender-based division of labor has also changed, there are certain women-dominated occupations like food processing, tailoring, medical, and the nursing work, where you can see some changes that are taking place, especially in the because of the fashion industries. Most of the high grocers are men. Supply side factors like the investment in human resources in terms of knowledge and skills, reproductive rights, that also, and also the contraception, that even Claudia Goldin says that now, because of the larger use of contraception, women are freed from repeated pregnancy. Andhra was the first state to arrive at below stabilization, this thing, Kerala, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu. So the reproductive functions of women they get over within 5 to 7 years, and then they are ready for the labor market. When it comes to the demand side, the labor supply in India, many South Asian countries are considered to be labor surplus economies. So we women are doing more and more unpaid work, and we also have a very draconian antinatalist policies, and labor shortage economies, where we see that in southern states now all your politicians are talking about women should produce more babies so that you don't have to depend more on the migrant laborers. When it comes to women's contribution in the transition from agriculture to subsistence, the important work of Esther Bosra way back in 1970 that resulted in women in development approach, that how women are not sponge on the economy, they are the active agent of the economy, and the subsistence economy, women play a very important role. Food and Agriculture Organization has also said that the food security and food sovereignty of the subsistence economy lies in the hands of women. So that recognition came after the sixth five-year plan, and we see, but what we see is also the patriarchal control. Varied forms of patriarchal control, sexuality, women's fertility, and women's labor have taken place, where you can see the employers forcing women from the garment industry in Bangalore to use emergency contraception to meet the production target. Or we have sugarcane workers who have to undergo a hysterectomy to get the job in the sugar mills. And also in construction industry, we have a Jodi system where a couple, unless you are a couple, you man and a woman, employers would not hire you. So this kind of a new ways of patriarchy and the modern forms of slavery that also we see in the labor market. So in the capitalist economy, the whole dichotomy between housework and wage work, paid and unpaid work, economically productive and unproductive work, which they say that, and we in economics, first thing we are taught about economics is this where the rational man takes a decision to maximize utility as a consumer and to maximize profit as a producer. That is also debunked by the gender economists. We are talking about the distributive justice, social justice, and here when Towards Equality report was being discussed in the Parliament of India, 1974, Amrita Pritam wrote an epic poem, From Darkness of Womb to Silence of Grave. And this is how the question of housework and unpaid work and unpaid care work has become very important. For the first time, Government of India and MOSPI has given us data on unpaid work, care work that is done. Indian women are, according to that, 10 times more unpaid work than men. Coming back to the whole U-shaped curve phenomena about which now a lot of discussion is taking place. We have been teaching in women's studies since 1980s, but now at least for the first time the mainstream economics is taking cognizance of how in a transition economy where in the pre-industrial economy women had a high participation of rate that also we see in the agriculture sector, but with industrialization how marginalization of women take place, and now the service sector their entry takes place. That too now industry 4.0 is changing those power equations, and that is what we need to be prepared to understand and analyze and come up with a solution. So the question of double burden and interface with the economy, that is a very important thing. Coming to the special category of people, for the first time, at least I'm happy that when LGBTQIA community is concerned, we are going beyond identity politics and coming to the material reality that perpetuates discrimination and the varied forms of discrimination in the form of being fired or denied of job or being treated as a less than the co-workers, and the lot of suicides which are taking place even in the corporate sector because of the stigmatization, isolation, and discrimination. So I think we need to now concentrate, we economists need to concentrate, though you just can't brush away this issue by saying that they happen to be only 4% of Indian population. That's not an issue. It is the attitudinal change that is to be there, and we have to go beyond gender binary. The famous quotation of INSTRO, statistical wing of UN, that women constitute 1/2 of world's work. They do 2/3 of world's, 1/2 of world's population, 2/3 of world's work. What they get in return is 1/10 of world's income, and they own only 1% of world's wealth or property. So I think that shows the whole pyramid in which the bottom of the pyramid in which they are, and same things get reflected in a post-COVID period. This is the picture of post-COVID scenario where 54 million women, there has been decline of women's work participation by 54 million, and in 2020 45 million women had left the labor market, and now the chances of their re-entry are also very limited. So ideology of male as a breadwinner and woman as a supplementary income, and the gender minorities have just their rolelessness. So I think that needs to be countered through legislations and policies, and these are the data that we get from the globally also, and that corroborates in our country. So market, mobility, and women, about with the interaction of that, in that we need to have social intervention. Markets will not equalize. We need social security, social protection, laws and policies based on gender equity, transformative financial policy, and gender responsive budgeting. They are also very important. This, while conducting training of women in the workforce, we got so many stereotypes that for the same work which women and men do, how we give them different attributes. So I think this is hilarious, which I generally use in the corporate training. Gender biases in the theories of value, whether it is a law of utility or law of production, marginal utility or marginal productivity. About that also a lot has been said. In the morning, Dr. Sridevi also mentioned Nobel laureate Gary Becker, and how the critique of Gary Becker, who saw man as a breadwinner and woman as a homemaker, and what happened 20 years down the line, his own research disproved him. And that's why the question, we have to challenge it. When it comes to women who are relatively more privileged, educated, professionally qualified, there too what we see is a glass ceiling, glass walls, glass cliff, sticky floor, and these are the barriers that also need to be this thing. Now the new buzzword in the corporate world is a microaggression. So there is a, in theory there is equality, but the microaggression in a day-to-day life, which is against the minorities, which is against the gender minorities, and which is against the women, that also needs to be brought center stage in our discussion. And this is the kind of reality which has made that at the top level you have nearly only 5.98%, even in the corporate world, the pyramid is very much skewed against women's this thing. So gender aware perspective is very important. All of us are studying Professor Amartya Kumar Sen and Martha Nussbaum's work. Gender gap currently 2023 shows India has the lowest work participation rate among all the big G20 labor market, and that is a very important concern that we have. And work, as the data from the MOSPI, it shows that women are doing. See, when it comes to domestic work and caregiving, women's proportion is much higher, and economic survey of 2024 also showed that women labor force participation has been increased from 23% to 37%. That has also been countered by several area studies, and which shows that how do you see this 12% rise from women. What is the level of unpaid family work? What we used to call unpaid family work, now we are calling it, we have changed the nomenclature and we call it a own account worker. But are these own account worker, are they paid? It doesn't empower women. Plus important concerns, major concerns that we have, urban major challenges, motherhood penalty, elderly care issues, because we have a top heavy pyramid, more elderly people to be looked after. We have more than 28 states which are below stabilization. 1.7 is the PFR. Sexual harassment at workplace and technology replacing women. So affirmative actions become very important at all levels, laterally, top down and bottom up. State policies are important, and influence, we have to influence media and even education system. Global pressure, yes, in the cross UNDP reports, HDR reports, which provide cross-country this thing. And the pressure from the social movements, trade union movements, they become very important. These are the references in the paper.
Thank you very much. Professor Vibhuti, it's such an extensive analysis that ranges from what you started by referring to that of just, let's say, in the status of employment, wage employment, compared to that of rest of the casual, and then self-employment down to that of your pyramids. It's a very extensive presentation. I also find that you can add one more disadvantage of women. We have also recruited a couple of youngsters to show the time. They are sitting down and they were not able to reach the speaker, and therefore there is a dislocation of some of them, and this is part of what happens when you have women, let's say, even to help, that they are at a disadvantage, not only in work. And I think, thank you very much. I'm sorry we are not going to do justice for the presentations, I caution you. But I think there will be a time when you can discuss some of these issues. And I think these issues you have flagged would also perhaps catch the attention of some of the youngsters. Each one could be an area of extensive future work. Now I request Professor, I think in this order, yes, Professor. Yeah? Okay, Pratyush Kumar, yeah.
At the outset, I am also thankful to Professor Sri Devi for having me here. So I'm a sociology student among the gathering of economists. So I cannot sound like or talk like an economist. So please understand my limitation. We only deal with some stories here and there and try to construct something out of those stories, right, which are floating around on digital spaces, floating around in people's life and what is happening in people's life. So I present here the scenario of transgender persons and their livelihood while focusing on subaltern trans feminine groups and communities. So I'm only, most of my presentation is focused on trans feminine, and you might know who are trans feminine. There are many, I mean, you can just Google and see it. So Center for Budget and Governance Accountability in 2023 report reveals that there is no proper available survey of trans communities. When government is offering a policy or they want to intervene in the life of a community, a marginal community, they need to have a particular survey, but there is no appropriate survey done until since 2014, when the NALSA judgment comes, extending citizenship to transgender communities. There is, unless there is a meticulous methodology and trans-friendly methodology is adopted, the surveys will always be sort of gross underrepresentation of the trans population, only capturing the most visible member of the community who have perhaps obtained a transgender certificate or are hyper visible through cross-tracing. Only those can be captured, and there are many people who are not cross-tracing, who have not obtained certificate, who live like one of us. You may not be able to identify them if the methodology is not sensible enough. There is more probability of a trans person either leaving home or a dropout from the school due to domestic or public violence and experiences. So most of these people are dropouts from the school because there's a lot of transphobia in the school, and they become dropouts. They join the army of dropouts. So a dropout cannot get into the competitive job market, and most trans feminine persons join Hijra community as there are no viable options available to them. NHRC report also revealed that transgender persons are denied the right to an adequate standard of living and adequate housing, and housing is a big problem for trans feminine people. Only around 1% of transgender persons have a monthly income of more than 25,000. That is NHRC's report. Their access to formal financial position is also limited, with 31% not having a saving bank account. The National Education Policy 2020 includes transgender students under category of socioeconomically disadvantaged group, but doesn't have sufficient provision to protect them from discrimination. The discourse of gender violence is primarily women-centric, and that is also not being implemented properly, and hence violence faced by transgender persons are legally or largely invisibilized. The reservation in the educational institution and job quotas included in NALSA verdict of Supreme Court in 2014 does not include in the policy of the governance. It doesn't translate into any policy. We come across many trans feminine persons holding a degree in engineering, BTech degrees, are working as sex workers. I also met a sex worker trans woman in Hyderabad who has an LLM degree from Osmania University. She is also working as a sex worker. Now we need to think as to why and how even the educationally equipped trans feminine person prefers sex work as livelihood choice than joining the formal informal job market. Now we need to understand their gender affirmative needs, which is not addressed and instituted in formal or informal setups despite a legal acceptance, because most of them, if they don't meet their gender affirmative needs, they undergo what is called gender dysphoria. they become gender dysphoric, and there is psychological mental health issues they undergo. So no formal informal setup. Most of the formal informal setup, the corporate claims it, they do not have an environment which is free from transphobia. This may be attributed to transphobia and discriminatory attitudes towards gender affirmative persons and communities. Legal reforms automatically do not translate into attitudinal shifts and institutional transformations from marginal groups' perspective. The economy is fellow-centric. It is centered around fellas. As one can see under digital capitalism, now we are living in the era of digital capitalism. Majority tech founders and CEOs are all men, as Professor Patel has also highlighted. And Saskia Sazen is one of the sociologist of urban sociology, and she talks about that the she remarked that 5 men in New York hotel over a cup of coffee or having a breakfast over breakfast can decide the economic map of the globe, right? The nexus between Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, reveal the nature of global economy, with Trump threatening to roll back facilities and welfare extended to transgender person in the United States of America, because he's saying they are unnatural people. Despite increase in women's participation in digital economy, even if we say that, women in highest positions are very rare. Few years back, there was a news item in one of the English national dailies in Hyderabad that men are refusing to work under female bosses in tech companies in Hyderabad. As glass ceiling is prevalent the world over, how can trans person negotiate their spaces? It needs to be visualized. The corporate has a diversity policy, and Parmesh Shahni's book called Pinkistan talks about inclusion of trans person in Godrej's company, but not all are up for trans inclusion. A case of Hyderabad trans woman seeking a job in one of the tech companies mandated her to undergo HIV testing. So a trans woman with a low qualification and low caste class background is hardly a welcome. Transgender persons are covered under a scheme called SMILE, Support for Marginalized Individuals for Livelihood and Enterprises. In Rajya Sabha, an unstarred question, which is requiring answer, number 3322 in 2024, asks whether government has any justification to the absence of transgender person in schemes pertaining to education, healthcare, employment, housing, violence, discrimination, mitigation, and political representation. Whether budgetary allocation under SMILE scheme has satisfactorily declined. The rationale behind the zero allocation. The answer is budget allocation for a SMILE scheme has increased to 72.90 crore in 2023-24 from 45 crore, which includes budget for transgender person. So a SMILE project also includes the beggars and some other marginal communities and transgender, and the budget is 72.90 crore, which the authorities or the government is boasting of. So 79 crore, even if it is there, what is going to happen? The appropriate government shall take welfare, and then the state is, or the center is passing the buck on the state governments to formulate policy and implement it for the transgender person. So in 2023, 0.2% of gender budget is allocated to transgender persons. So there is no survey, there is no proper budgeting, there is no implementation, and they are forced to do their traditional occupation even after more than 10 years of the passing of, the Supreme Court verdict of Nalsa judgment and the Transgender Act, which comes in 2019. Implementation is another problem. The government has started Garima Grih, which is a shelter home for transgender people under SMILE project. Yet there are multiple complaints about dispersal of funds to Garima Grihs, and Garima Grihs are not maintained well, and there are a lot of stories coming from there. Moreover, sex work is not allowed in Garima Grih. So even if you look the nomenclature, it's so Puritan and so Sanskritized, Garima Grih. right? So their sex work is not allowed, and most of the trans feminine people are carrying out sex work because it is not they who maintain themselves, they also maintain their natal families. There are dependents on trans women's income, and they send remittances per month. So if they only stay in Garimagri and their income is not sufficient, how they are going to meet those requirements? And this is how they connect back to their natal families, right? In okay, so there is some details of Kerala government and what they have done. Only Tamil Nadu is ahead of other states, and budget for third gender cooperative society welfare board facilities access to land pattas, access to existing government institution, delivered programs such as insurance, education, employment, and provision for ration and food cards to transgender. These all things are spelled out in the policy, transgender policy of Tamil Nadu. However, in a study carried out by Dr. L. Ramakrishnan of Sati, which is an NGO, Solidarity in Action Against HIV Infection in India, and the study was carried out in 2021, he finds that on ground that Aravanis had difficulty in convincing Aravani, they are called Aravani in Tamil Nadu. So Aravanis had difficulty in convincing district committee to issue Aravani cards. So even to get issued a transgender card certificate is very, very difficult. How to convince those officials that I am a trans person? It's not so easy. They will say you bring a certificate, which is not allowed because Nalsa judgment talks about self-determination of gender. When self-determination of gender is spelled out by the Supreme Court verdict, how do you disbelieve a person who is seeking a certificate as a trans person? Dealing with natal family members and obtaining the inheritance, being unable to find stable employment, and therefore setting to work as sex workers or seek alms. Coping with sexual and physical violence and implication of all this on their mental health. So the card were issued to those who have undergone SRS or sex reassignment surgery. How much time do I have? 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, fine. I'll wind up. Yeah. So only those who are visibly trans. So examination. So their bodies are examined, which is against the law. Examination involved sexually inappropriate touches and gropes, allegedly for evidence of breast development and genital manipulation for people's arousal. If their genitalia is not aroused, only they are given certificate. So the understanding is that they don't have sexual feelings, which is a complete misnomer. So those, or misunderstanding, those whose physical bodies were deemed and those who got aroused after touching or something, the doctor is saying, they were proved or deemed to be ineligible for certification. So this kind of harassment in Tamil Nadu, which is supposed to be a very progressive state as far as trans people are concerned. So further, trans men were excluded from so only the hypervisible entity, trans feminine, transgender, hijra, aravani, they are given certification, but there are trans men, there are gender non-binary people, they are not issued certificate. SHG were formed, but the banks are not ready to believe transgender self-help groups. So because there's lack of time, so I'll try to wind up. Given this stigma and discrimination, majority subaltern trans feminine person opt for sex work and seeking alms and do congratulatory earnings, which is called badhai. Smita, a trans woman from Hyderabad, told me that the government offers 50,000 or 1 lakh as loan to set up an enterprise. For that, you need to complete 100 formalities and documentary proofs, bureaucratic procedures. Who cares? And she said, इतना तो हम ताली मारे तो 4 दिनों में कमा लेते. She's saying, if we clap in the trains for 4-5 days, we can earn 50,000 or 1 lakh. Though there is a bit of exaggeration in what Smita suggests, but the reality is that many trans women working with NGOs have quitted their jobs. The argument they give is, our income is too little, I'll wind up. Our income is too little out of the salary that we have to do sex work in addition, even if we are working in NGOs. And on the top of it, you have to be at the office from 9 to 6. It's better to do only sex work. one has more freedom to go to workplace. So they describe themselves as autonomous worker. If they are doing sex work, the day they want they go, the day they do not want they do not go, or whatever time they want to go in the night they go. The government want us to do petty work, housekeeping in hotels and small restaurants without any support and helping hand. Why should we take up? We clap and we will keep clapping till the end. So tali or clap, and I'll end with this, so has an economic significance. Smita explains, when we enter the train, we clap to alert the passengers. Most of them are ready with 10 rupees note in hand to offer us. Those who do not face our louder clap, and they call it billa tali, tali in the face. So tali is a medium of our identity and sustenance in this transphobic world. Tali also helps us during sex work. We clap collectively to drive away a rowdy client. Though there are dangers, but there are pleasures of sex work. So addas, they call it addas, where they solicit clients for sex work. They say addas provide our bread and butter. They also allow us to fulfill our gender affirmative needs. We also go online now to find client. Why should we give this up in the world full of transphobia? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pushpesh Kumar. I think it's a transgender condition, perhaps discrimination would be a very mild word, because the presentation shows it's across the board denial of basic human dignity. Therefore, I hope this particular group of human beings would get more attention. Thank you for bringing this on board as a part of this seminar. And thank God we are not in the land of Trump. Next presentation.
Thank you so much, Professor Reddy. Thank you, Professor Sridevi, for inviting me here. It's really a pleasure and a privilege. I think academics is one of the fields where you get to meet, interact, and be on the same level as your teachers. And that's what they have taught us, and that's how we are here. Almost most of the people I'm hearing from the morning have been associated with my academic career in one way or the other. Professor Reddy, who has always been a friend and a mentor, more of a friend. His mentoring is always like a friend. I never felt that he is a teacher, rather a friend. Professor Deshpande, I always, when I study caste, he's my oral tradition person. So he has stories to substantiate many of the hypotheses which we have. Professor Deshpande was my external for my PhD. Professor Vibhuti Patel, I've been reading you almost in all walks, whatever work I do. So Professor Thorat is not here right now, but he has been very kind, like Professor Deshpande, you said from the very beginning, encouraging us. Professor Nancharya, known for some time. Thank you so much, Professor Sridevi, for having me here. I'll just quick a second comment before I come to my point. I have a namesake called Asim Prakash in University of Washington. So last time I visited for a Fulbright thing to University of Washington, so I mailed him that I am here, can I meet you? So he came with a file, and file was all emails which he used to get, my email which used to reach him, because people used to search Google. Today I find the Google landed up me in his photo. The photograph was Asim Prakash, University of Washington. So that's how it is. So okay, so I'll just quickly begin my, I don't know what to call a conversation or a talk about what I have to say today. It's I'll just put some basic premises for all of you to consider. It's not a very well developed thesis, but basic premises on intersectionality. Intersectionality, all of us know, it's one of the most fascinating concepts, conceptual apparatus or theoretical paradigm, whatever one wants to say, which has taken the social science by storm. At some point of a time, if you go to any of the women's studies center, you'll find all students working on intersectionality. That was the kind of power of conceptual power that this concept had after Professor Crenshaw proposed this in one of her writings. So we all know intersectionality is to put it very loosely, that when simultaneously all social institutions interact and disprivileges or marginalized a section of people. So it was particularly done in the context of women, black women, and later it was, lot of work was done by the feminists of who tried to also argue from the white women perspectives. So there's a lot of literature on this, but as well as some of the scholars later pointed out to the certain kind of limitations about what intersectionality has. Primarily two main things which they pointed out, if the I bring the corpus of literature together, is about that it tries to homogenize the identity, where it's not able to see that set of people which they are trying to analyze through the concept of intersectionality. But to the Indian tradition of social theorizing, it is I think intersectionality, but not that concepts, but in the writings of right from Phule to Savitribai Phule to Ambedkar, all have that elements of intersectionality when they talk about. So I will not much talk about intersectionality, but what I want to propose here is an addition to intersectionality to understand the kind of work which I have done. I have for some time I have worked on sociology of markets, and that's how I just want to propose an addition to the concept of it's called additive approach to it, where what I'm proposing here for your consideration is that intersectionality primarily argues that social institutions are mutually constitutive. They interact and produce marginalization, hierarchy, discrimination, and so on and so forth. What I'm trying to propose here is that if we look into how marginalization or discrimination is reproduced, I'm trying to say here is that three primary institutions which govern us, state, market, and civil society, they mutually shape each other to create certain kind of marginalization or exclusion. I'll elaborate on this particular thesis or hypothesis which I am putting forward. See, in theory, largely when you read the theory of state, markets, and civil society, particularly state and markets, if you don't look into the heterodox school, most of the theories which are dominant, they will try to treat those two institutions as if having a certain kind of boundaries. Whereas when we say that they mutually shape each other, which what we are proposing, that there is a porosity, the boundaries are porous between these two institutions, and so how does it happen? So the second point which I'm trying to say, see what I mean by when the boundaries are porous. So what state, market, and civil society, if you just take a very simple example, that the values and ideologies of discrimination which exist in a society, which we call civil society, if I can use to choose that term, gets translated into the actions both in the market as well as in the sphere of the state. So this is, and when we say that, how does it happen? Why does it happen? That is the second question which I want to propose to you, is about the social networks. So the social networks are the institutions which are able to translate the value of discrimination, marginalization in the markets of institutions, in the institutions of markets as well as the state. So this is the point which I'm trying to elaborate on further. If you understand, if one looks into the, for an example, let's take the typical markets in operation. The markets in operation, when I try to say that most of entry of labor, the requirement of credits or raising of credits in the markets are mostly through informal networks. And that's where the social networks are very, very important. So they can be both dominant social networks in the market, they can be both not so dominant or feeble networks in the market. Now, dominant social networks primarily comes from are the networks of the of the people who belong to the entrenched or the dominant castes. And these entrenched or the dominant castes are, and whereas the feeble networks of the people who are new to the market or new entry into the market, they can be people from any social category, but they are more pronounced when it comes to the marginalized social categories, be it women or people from lower castes. Again, I say quote unquote lower caste because of the kind of conversation which we had in the morning. So these networks are from and what is the difference between these two kind of networks? So the difference between these kind of networks is that the networks which are of upper castes are able to repeat their efforts any time they want to do, or most of the times they want to pursue the same thing, whereas the networks of the lower caste, if successful, is only a 1 or 2 time effort. Every time they will not able to raise money, every time they will not able to get the labor requirement, every time they will not able to access space which is required for the markets. Their network might work once or twice, but not every time. So these are the things which have come from the field. These are not my own understanding, but not derived understanding from literature, but these are the documented things which have come from the field. Second is similarly, if you look for in the state, so how do you access state? Access of state generally is through the established provisions of or established policies or established mechanisms. But most of the times we access states through somebody or the other. If you go to particularly if you go to North India, there is one very, very typical phrase which they call, you are going for some work in the office, the person will ask you, koi jugaad hai kya? That means, do you know somebody in the office? So that is so the networks are and these networks are against through the caste networks or caste networks or some kind of even not caste networks, they are because of the networks of the privileged set of people, which when you analyze that, most of the times they will come out, what Professor Deshpande was also referring in the morning, these will be from the upper castes, again quote unquote upper caste. They will be from the upper caste, and they will be having a history of privilege, be it in the government service, be it in the higher echelons of business. There will be some history of privilege. And one of the features which I found very, very interesting in my own study, that the most dominant networks are formed at the temple of during the Aarti. These are if you go to North India, and my studies are from North India, I will not able to say so authoritatively on Southern Indian temples, but there is a tradition of Aartis and in the morning, and you will find people from bureaucracy, from the business, from the known people in the civil society, they come for their own religious reason. Nothing. I'm not critiquing that, but that is a site for forming that network, and this which helps them in day-to-day activities. So the point which I'm trying to say, that this intersection which is about the state, market, and civil society. Professor Deshpande was just mentioning that when you saw intersection, it is also a union. It's not necessarily a now I just sorry, yeah. Professor R.S. Deshpande just mentioning that intersection is also in union, not only but I just want to take this point further. I'll take one and a half minutes. Thank you so much for I will just of any intervention, that how do you narrow down that intersection and create a wider space outside the intersection. That is the role of a policy, and you mentioned some of them during your presentation, but I'll just stop here, but I will be happy to if there are questions, I will be happy to answer, because this theoretical, this understanding of state, market, and civil society is also does not negates but also contests many of the formulations of the dominant theories in the realm of state, market and civil society. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Asim Prakash, trying to bring in networks and trying to solidify the kind of discriminator system that exists, and perhaps that's how I understand it. The dominant networks try to, let's say, bring in the interaction between these civil society groups would perhaps act as obstruction to that of, let's say, breaking discrimination, extending perhaps the kind of privileges or access to the other who are discriminated. That's how I understand. Maybe you have to elaborate on this and bring in as a part of intersection analysis, where I think you talk in terms of marginality or in terms of, let's say, hierarchy of people denied certain privileges that others enjoy. Thank you very much, and now I request Professor Lakshminarayana to make his presentation.
Thank you, Professor Sridevi, for giving this opportunity. And also I thank Professor DNR for this opportunity. I just want to share some of the ideas regarding the discrimination and education, in the field of education. So this is one sector or the field of knowledge that is protected more carefully maybe than the other sectors in terms of discrimination and in terms of domination. Now, generally we say in political economy that the class that controls the means of production also controls the intellectual production. But here in India, the Ambedkar's tradition has reversed this formulation. That is, the castes that have control on intellectual production, it has control almost on everything, including the material means of production. So it is in this context we can say that the caste discrimination in India, it goes hand in hand with the transformation of education from public good to private good. So normally we think maybe they are different, but they are going together and reinforcing each other. And I just want to focus on 2 points: discrimination in terms of pushing oppressed communities out of education. This is one aspect of discrimination. And the another aspect is that growing humiliation of the Dalit community in the field of education, which is going against their self-respect. So if we see that in the field of education, of course, people talk about there is a transition from elite-based education to mass-based kind of education. But this mass-based education is also accompanied by privatization of education. So, in other words, that in educational institutions, particularly the universities, colleges, they have been forced to implement reservations, and at least in this part of the country from 1980s onwards, especially the Karamchedu killing, many of you know that the classroom in the universities has changed from one caste, dominant caste, middle caste, middle class and rich classroom to a kind of a multi-caste and including the Dalits and also poor. So classroom has changed. But when this has happened, the elite sections, or you can say elite castes or the dominant caste, shifted from those universities to the much more elite kind of institutions like central universities. And here the other oppressed castes, they were there in those institutions only. So the oppressed castes are there in state universities, government schools, and whereas the middle and the dominant caste, they have shifted to central universities. So this is something like a, as Harshman says, that when the elite class realizes there is no future in the institution, they will migrate to those institutions where they have future. And that has happened in India, in my view. And I will cite only one example about our own university, about discrimination. It's not that other universities are, there is no discrimination, but it has happened here, as you all know, the Rohit Vemla kind of incident that happened in this university. So there is a, in the central universities, it is recorded. There are many committees that are appointed that the teaching community has discriminatory attitude towards the Dalit students, and this attitude is something like that, because if you talk about SCs, this is the problem. The casteist approach looks at people as belonging to certain castes and also relate them to those caste occupations. This is the casteist mentality, and that has been operating across, and especially in the teachers, I am saying, because of them something happened here. And if they are SCs, they can see that these are the people doing, they are coming from a community which is doing the manual labor, menial labor. So laborers are also touchable laborers, untouchable laborers. So coming from agricultural labor families, sweepers, scavengers. So when they look at the SC students, oh, these are the people coming from there, they should be there, they should be doing that. It's a mentality like that. Similarly, if you see the ST community, you can always again say that, oh, these people live in remote homelands, in the forests and hills, etc., etc. And they have to be there. They have to be there, and in a sense, the feeling is that why you are coming to this kind of universities. So in other words, they could not bear, I am not saying only teachers, administrators. The administrators also feel they could not bear children of manual and menial laborers, untouchable laborers entering into field of knowledge. And as Ambedkar said, caste is a mindset. Now it is not it's a notion, and it has a tendency to, the tendency of mind to look at people in terms of caste and caste-based occupation, not like human beings, not like human beings. This mindset, of course, we can't change, because it is not a physical barrier that you can just destroy. This is a mindset, this is a notion. You require a notional change, you require a ideological transformation, which is much more difficult. And just one example of Senthil Kumar, a PhD scholar in our university, and also along with, there is also the combination of neoliberal values, that standardization of education, excellence, merit. These are the kind of words that we hear in the neoliberal, and this combination goes together in a very perfect way. So caste discrimination and this neoliberal ideas, they go together, and that's why, having entered into PhD, he got PhD by writing the entrance examination, and after that they have conducted, the Department of Physics, many other tests to allot a supervisor. So quickly to say that they said that, of course, in the coursework you have to say 50% marks. So 50% marks, what they did was, internal marks will not be added to 50% marks. So you have to get only in the final 50% mark. This is an additional criteria that is imposed. Then what they said was that those marks will be sent to the dean and the doctoral committee. We have doctoral committees for the PhD students, and they will say whether you really passed or not. Even if you got 50% marks, they will decide whether it is really worth passing that. This is second criteria they imposed. The third criteria they imposed is that after these two criteria, we will conduct comprehensive viva. And this comprehensive viva or interview, there also you have to pass. Then only we will allot supervisor. And that is how supervisor was not allotted. And also I am told, a professor told that you are from a pig rearing community, why do you require PhD? So ultimately, because of these hurdles that are created, he has committed suicide. And there are many incidents, and Rohit Vemla fought against this kind of caste discriminations. And not only that, when he fought, state has also entered. Now state and if you call the civil society or whatever, they dominant civil society groups, they have combined together and perpetuated this caste discrimination. And the other important thing just I want to draw, so there is a need to change, notional change in the so-called centers of excellence. Second point I just want to make is that now the state universities and government schools are discriminated. Now it is not question of a discrimination against some people, it is a discrimination of the institutions in which majority of the students are from the Dalit community. So you go to any university, at least in the Telugu speaking states, and government schools, you know what are the pathetic conditions there. The first measure is that there is a consistent cut in the education budget for governmental institutions, particularly state universities and government schools. In central government, from 6% in 2014, now it has come down to 2.5% in the budget. It's a systematic decline. Similarly, the state governments in Telangana, state governments, unfortunately, after Telangana was formed, there is a consistent cut, again from 2014, from 11% to 7.3%. So as a result, we know that there is no recruitment for the last 2-3 decades, no recruitment of teachers, no recruitment of non-teaching staff, no infrastructural facilities, and you can go to any university, only head is the permanent. No recruitment, because in some department there is no permanent faculty at all. So where is the question of education? And similarly, if you go to school education, in school education you have a phenomena of what is known as the zero enrollment schools. And these zero enrollment schools, and of course, people will say that where is the need to have a school? You close down. That's why closure of schools is one of the important feature of education system, not only in Andhra Pradesh or Telangana, in India. So that is the thing. The other important thing, before the RTA Act is carefully drafted for the closure of schools, because they have put some provision there that you will be given teachers only if you have this much strength. So I don't want to go into more. Just one more point I want to say, that the future of the university now is going to be marketization of the courses, and also communalization of the courses. And this is happening in Delhi University. The courses are introduced, and people say Gita or Manusmriti, any kind of subjects are introduced there. And also in the name of marketization of courses, then there is at the cost of the critical courses, they are pushing into. That's why this is going against the Ambedkar's perspective of producing organic intellectuals of the people, which Gramsci also mentioned, organic intellectuals of these oppressed communities. And the aim of the university has been changed from whatever we say humanism, tolerance, reason to darkness. Pule said that education is to dispel darkness, but it is exactly going against that darkness, intolerance, and superstition, from advancing knowledge and understanding to something like how to mobilize resources to run the university or college. So what courses had to be introduced. So lastly, just I want to say that this discrimination has gone to such an extent, even Dalit teachers are insulted, humiliated, and physically assaulted just because along with the state and the some of these communal forces are just entering. You are a Dalit means what? If you don't give funds or donations to Ganesh Chaturthi, why you don't give? You are not Hindu. So if you are not Hindu means you are a Christian. So Dalit means Christian. So by branding like that, there are cases in Telangana, the teachers were beaten, humiliated, and that and only Dalit teachers just remember. So finally, just I want to say that a group of, we need not name, group of not one, they are just entering the educational institutions, humiliating teachers in groups and groups. So this is also a kind of a discrimination at that level. So discrimination is increasing along with the privatization of education. So with these few ideas, I want to thank you and close it.
Professor Lakshminarayana, but you have taken the site of discrimination of the education, which is supposed to break that. And the way in which it is happening is that there is, in the first instance, differentiation of the institution itself, that you talk in terms of, let's say, those who wouldn't like to have a classroom of communities would like to break it into that of classroom of identities, just for certain identities, which means private school for those who would like to avoid a community school, a public school for those who are, let's say, discriminated. And then you move on to that of even those public institutions where there exists the scope for some kind of breaking such discrimination, end up as institutions of discrimination because of the lack of change in the mindset you are trying to suggest. Thank you very much. I think now we have Amalendu is online. So I think we'll take Amalendu's comments. I know it's a difficult task for you because I think these four presentations are focusing on four different sites: gender, transgender, education, and that, of course, civil society networks. I mean, this is, I think, four different areas. I'm sure you would have comments to make on it.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Deva. As you stated in the beginning of the session, it's difficult to be a discussion online, and I think, please pardon me for being online, and it's really unfortunate that I could not make it to the conference and the book release function there. I have a few points just to kind of, as quickly as I can kind of summarize it. I think we need a kind of certain kind of framework to start with to when we are looking at this diverse set of issues which are kind of manifesting in terms of different ways of discrimination. So even we go back to a very basic of say economics Lewis model as a kind of a framework and see that the Indian system has kind of not followed the similar kind of pattern from particularly from agriculture to services. That is the kind of transition that we have largely seen instead of agriculture by industry. And so, how to kind of see those changes, and in these changes, what our data is kind of telling, that's one way of seeing that whether discrimination is manifesting itself in certain ways, are there roadblocks or others. We tried doing similar kind of work at some point of time, particularly looking at the rural deprivation using the Mission Antyodaya database, which kind of almost censuses the entire country's rural India. And we looked at very basic level of amenities available, which includes education, health, and broad economic infrastructure. And that kind of resonates with what Professor Patel said about the capabilities and freedom. So basically, the availability becomes a point, a starting point to see whether uh, there is a possibility of enhancing capability or not, like a school is there or a Anganwadi is there or not. So those are the kind of starting point. And that point, when we saw that a large part of India has been kind of rural India is quite significantly deprived, and not having that itself leads to the possibility of capabilities enhancements and hence the freedom. And coming to the next part of this is that how do you kind of see the changes? So we have in recent times different kinds of database. Periodic labor force surveys are being there. Time use survey data is also coming in. So when we want to see the changes, I think uh, one way that we are looking at is that from where to where people are going to. Let's say from farm to non-farm sector, from agriculture to non-agriculture, or from self-employment to wage labor, or wage labor to self-employed. So those kind of transition when we are looking at, I think what is very key to this is that what is the fallback option for the people when we are looking at a certain group of people, and that's where I think Dr. Puspesh Kumar's presentation on the transgender particularly, and I would say that it would work for just any other ways that we wish to see it, like for gender or for transgender or for Dalit, that the what is that fallback option actually in some sense it influences what is that next step that you are going to take up. And it was very evidently that was coming out among the transgenders, saw that how they are going kind of going back to sex work. And when we try to kind of look at it also from some perspective of saying that who is becoming a self-employed or who is becoming a wage labor, and when somebody is becoming a self-employed, what kind of employment or entrepreneurial activity they are taking up is also tell us the nature of work their people are doing. Say, for example, somebody is selling something in the kind of traffic signal, uh, would may prefer to uh, go back to a wage labor activities rather than being a subsistence self-employed person, provided a better social security is there in terms of guaranteed labor or guaranteed wages or job activities like MGN or EGA type of activity. Vis-a-vis, say if you go to say Kerala or say Kashmir, and finding that what kind of self-employment activity people are taking, we have to see that what is their fallback option, whether they have agricultural land or asset or any other kind of education or any other form of social capital with them that tells us that who is taking what kind of opportunities or choices going forward, determined by what they have behind them. And that's also true that we find these different kinds of diverse regional pattern when we are looking at, say, any of these database in, say, compare it from with respect to, say, rural or urban area, or say, a regionally kind of a backward region versus a forward region, or among genders, between male and female, how things are happening. We find that this pattern is not uniform. Right? For example, some areas having a better economic opportunity and amenities in rural areas may lead to more women to kind of move from farm to non-farm sector, but the same story, even with same level of amenities being available in urban areas, we are not seeing that. That women are not going from, say, home-based work to working outside. So why this kind of differential pattern is being visible, and that the kind of nature of variable that we are looking at through our economic analysis possibility is not capturing this, and that's where we have to move into deeper into the sociological, anthropological, psychological, and behavioral understanding to possibly understand why and how to address these kind of challenges. So I think in that context, this fourth presentation gave us a kind of perspective to see things differently across different kind of social group. Um, very recently, one of my colleagues, when she was writing about the work of women, particularly participation in work, and say it's working from home versus working for home. So the kind of what aspect is going into the system of national accounting and what is not going into it, and the double burden of the work that they have to give. And it's pretty much evident that we see that women do 2.5 times more unpaid homework compared to the men. So, and these discriminations are lying in certain other kind of social structure, which needs to be kind of recognized in some form to even before we kind of understand uh, to address this discrimination. I think I'll stop it here, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Professor Amalendu. And, we will now have at least 10 minutes session for questions and answers, although we have crossed our time limit. Thank you very much, Amalendu, for spelling out the larger kind of locations where, in fact, you have brought the time and space dimension as well. That would be very interesting to take up. Thank you. I think now I would request the panelists to come and sit there, make yourself visible. We'll take the questions. At least 1 or 2 questions on each paper, I think that would help. Even as they are coming, you can start your questions.
Yes, sir. So, thank you so much for the panel, for the insights. So I'm Pawan from Master Second Year School of Economics. My question is to Professor Vibhuti Patel. Ma'am, here. So you talked about how men stereotypically think that women should work at home and how they should take care of the family and stuff. And by calling it stereotype, we are stereotyping the opposite thought of it. Why I'm saying is because, so we clearly are not incentivizing the women to stay at home and take care of the family. When I said we, I'm referring to the entire society, men by not giving due respect, and economists by not counting it as a work in the economic growth, and some privileged women by like considering it as something inferior. So the consequence of that is the fertility rate is declining because women want to ease their work at the professional level. Yes, no, yes. So what happens is if you look at the China, now they're sending the statements to the women and asking them like, are you spending enough time to your husband, because they want the population growth. Even in the Indian context, if you the current chief minister of Andhra Pradesh, he's announcing the nativist policy. Yeah. Yes. So like, he's incentivizing because he wants population. So like, what is the solution? If you want, if you are saying that women should go and outwork, so like, how do you address this aging population?
Good afternoon, sir. I am Pravat Kumar. My question to Professor Lakshmi Narayan. Sir, according to Paulo Freire book's Pedagogy of Oppressed, when someone who has historically been oppressed gains power, they can sometimes become the oppressor themselves, repeating the cycle of dominance and subjugation they once experienced. Sir, my question is, when someone socially oppressed, जब कोई सोसाइटी में ऑपरेस्ड होता है और उसको एक पोजीशन मिल जाने के बाद वो एक सबसे बड़ा ऑपरेसर बन जाता है, ये भी तो एक मतलब सर्कमस्टांसेस है कि हो सकता है आने वाले टाइम में जो जो अभी जो प्रिविलेज्ड क्लास है सोसाइटी के उनके साथ ऑपरेशन हो सोसाइटी में. यही सर क्वेश्चन है, इसको आप किस तरह से देखते हैं? नो सर, सर पेडागॉजी ऑफ ऑपरेस्ड.
Hello. So my question is to Professor Pushpesh Kumar. Sir, as you said, the to get a certificate to a transgender to that he or she is a transgender, you said that there are lot of things which doesn't account them as a transgender. So what is your opinion about what is your methodological thing you suggested to identify the transgender, as what is your opinion on that? Because anyhow the medical thing is quite different and the sociological thing is quite different. So what is your opinion about that?
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to Professor Vibhuti Patel, ma'am. Ma'am, as you've talked about unpaid labor, it actually is not unpaid only, it's unrecognized as it contributes indirectly to the men and how they work at their places. This inclusion of unpaid work of women into GDP calculations or estimations has become very difficult. Can you let us know why it has become difficult?
This is an attitudinal change, no? Because as compared to all other Asian countries, as I showed you, even in G20 countries, ours is the lowest. Even in South Asia, only Pakistan is behind us. Other countries, they have a more enabling environment. So most important thing is that economic necessity, economic independence is the minimum necessary condition for dignified life. Minimum necessary. I don't think that even if you are working, you can be killed for dowry. That's also another, but minimum necessary condition, and that's why everyone has to stop. Everyone has to make effort, and also changing the mindset. Housework or elderly care or child care is not only this thing. Some of us who are very active and able to reach this area, this level of career advancement, like I was director of 16 PG departments, so you can imagine. How could I do it? I also had this thing, elderly care. I had to look after my but when I decided that I'll give up, immediately my daughter and husband said, no, we'll make a WhatsApp group. One of us will be with your father. Anytime we have any outstation work, we will decide who will go out so that two can go out, one can be at home. So this kind of adjustments, I think everyone has to be ready. Why do we say that it is only women's responsibility? One, Industry 4.0 has given us so many options of working in a different way. It's the distance between office and work has also reduced, and this. So in that case, to say that women have to be homemaker and man have to be breadwinner, and that too after COVID, in all countries it is happening. 40% of women who were working in a pre-COVID period are out of workforce. Suddenly, why are we valorizing this whole notion of man as a breadwinner and woman as a homemaker? During the World Wars, women maintained the economy. All of European economy was managed by women. How did we get the jeans and t-shirt? It was not given by Hollywood. It came because of the necessity that you have to give up your Victorian robe and wear jeans with 4 pockets, so you can have a baby's milk bottle in one pocket, to your tools in the other pocket, your own sandwich in the third pocket, and in the fourth pocket your papers. All these things change when they war. Only after the war, if you see First and Second World Wars history, when did Mills and Boons come out? It's a post-war thing that you have to have a say status. Man has to be above you in terms of economy, in terms of status, and you should always dream only to be a homemaker. This is not only about this, it is also cruel to the gender minorities. By washing off our hands, only 4% of workforce, they are the 4% of population. We will not care for their employment and job opportunity. And what Professor Pushpesh said, this kind of a discriminatory attitude is not only against women, it is against all those who are facing intersectional minority. So that is my. Yeah, my second question. Yeah, I think that is a first. Now, for the first time, like since the 1970s, when we had a Wages for Housework campaign throughout Europe, and especially one country where there was a 100% successful strike, that was in Iceland. Even the Prime Minister's wife also went on a strike. After that, it caught the attention of United Nations, and we have seen that after Esther Bosraf's work of women's contribution in economic growth, that has become a very important category, because always in economic theorization, women's work has to be, housework has to be seen as a non-productive, because if man marries his cook, national income will go down. That's what we are taught in the neoclassical economics, because as a cook she was getting wages, and now as a wife she doesn't, doing the same work. So I think that has to be got. The question is not of wages for housework, as Mr. Kamal Hassan said in his election manifesto. We are talking with what has been the computation, whether you are going by production method, you are going by income method, or you are going by expenditure method, when we see say that consumption plus production plus expenditure plus import minus export. If that is the formula we are giving, in that we have to say that what has been the contribution of unpaid care work. I am not talking of cooking, cleaning, caring. I am talking of unpaid care work of collection of fuel, water, kitchen gardening, collection of fodder, animal care. All these things are also currently not what NSS is showing them as a own account worker. They are also unpaid worker. So that is the recognition of that is very important, and that is why I admire NIPFP, National Institute of Public Finance and Policy Making, when they state that why gender budgeting, why we need affirmative action, because we accept that when women enter the labor market, they are already tired, because they have already done unpaid care work.
Yeah, you talked about that identification thing. Identification is self-identification. If I today identify as a transgender, as per the Supreme Court judgment of 2014 and transgender law of 2019, nobody can deny that, because Supreme Court talks about the self-determination of gender. And the moment you identify and certification is done, you are no more a man or a woman. So you don't compete there with them, with those identities. You take consciously one identity, which is transgender identity. So this is very simplified, a very simple thing through the NALSA Judgment and Transgender Act. But despite that, what is happening on ground is very different kind of experiences.
Yes, oppressed cause becoming oppressors. Yeah, now there is the first point is they were not even allowed to do whatever. If you want to be oppressors also, they were not even allowed to come into it. And we are not talking about persons. The society is composed of castes. You have to remember that. So, and education is for what? As Paulo Freire told, education is for liberation. Education is for liberation. And for that, you have to eliminate this kind of discrimination. In order to even one person or two persons, even to make them a real liberators, you have to fight against this marketization and communalization. And that is what it is required. And just lastly, what I want to say is that I think this Terry Eagleton, he went to a South Korean university. And of course, nowadays vice chancellors are not called vice chancellors, they are called CEOs. And recent UGC guideline says that you don't require academician to become vice chancellor. So anybody can become from companies and that kind of thing. So obviously a company person, he went and asked, and of course vice chancellor showed all kinds of computers, equipment, gadgets, etc., etc. Then he asked, where are the critical departments in this university? He didn't understand. He asked his assistant what he is talking about. Then he also doesn't know, because assistant is also like that, VC is also like that. Then he said, we shall look into the matter. So that is the status of the.
I think we have come to a close, and I don't intend to add anything because we are running out of time. We have run out of time. Thank you very much for your patience and participation as well. So we'll close this session.
Well, friends, now this session has come to an end, and I think all of you will agree with me. This session was a wonderful session. So please have a big round of applause for this. Well, I know that all of you are now feeling very hungry. I'll try my best to be very, very precise. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor G. Sridevi for organizing this wonderful conference and giving me a chance to introduce the panelists and give vote of thanks on her behalf and on my personal behalf. So I'd like to thank Professor D.N. Reddy sir. As usual, he has illuminated us with his knowledge and the discussion he has made. So thank you so much, sir, for coming down to the University of Hyderabad again and for chairing this session. I would also like to thank Professor Amalendu, although he could not make it personally to visit this place. We missed you here in person, but thank you so much for sparing your valuable time to act as a discussant in this session. So thank you so much. And I would like to thank all the paper presenters, the discussants like Professor Vibhuti, Professor Pushpesh, Professor Ashim, and Professor Lakshminarayan for your wonderful thoughts that you have shared with us. I think all of us have enjoyed it very much. So thank you once again. I would like to thank you all. After that, there will be a lunch. There will be two places for the lunch. The right hand side will be for delegates and the left hand side for the all other participants. But before I would like to conclude, I would like to say that there will be a token of appreciation from G. Sridevi. She will give that.
I request the chair, Professor Nasimha Reddy, to hand over the small mementos as a token of thanks from School of Economics to panelists. I request Dean School of Economics, Professor Vijay, to come on to the dais and felicitate DNR. we all should give him a big applause. Professor DNR has completed 81 years. Thank you. We all disperse for lunch and we'll be back here for the next series of lecture sharp by 2:30. Make sure that 2:30, yeah. If you say 2:30, at least 2:45 then. స్పెషల్ లెక్చర్స్ ఇది ఉంది కదా ఇనాగరల్ కాదు యా చేయొచ్చు యా యా ఆ తర్వాత వస్తుంది వెయిట్ డోంట్ ఓకే కీప్ ఇట్. A very good afternoon to all. Welcome back to the special lectures. This afternoon we have series of special lectures with the experts. We start with Professor Sukadev Thorath. I request Professor Revati to come on to the stage to chair the special lecture. I request Professor Sukadev Thorath to come on to the stage. I request Dr. Nitin to introduce the speaker and the chair.
So, good afternoon to all of you. This is the session on Dr. Ambedkar's perspective on caste identity and discrimination and policy. I am here to introduce two speakers, Professor Sukhdev Thorat and Professor E. Revati. Professor E. Revati is the Director, Center for Economic and Social Studies, Hyderabad. She is also the Principal Investigator for Young Lives in India, an international longitudinal study of young lives, childhood poverty. As a development economist, her research covers the broad areas of agriculture, women in agriculture with attention to structural issues of land, tenancy, agrarian distress, rural indebtedness, and disparities in development. Recently, she has worked in the areas of water and sanitation. She has a long teaching experience and supervises research in related areas. Her latest book is Economics and Technology of Soybean Crops in Central India, published by Academic Foundation. Professor Sukhdev Thorat, who is giving special lecture on the theme Dr. Ambedkar's perspective on caste identity and discrimination and policy. He is the currently serving as the Professor Emeritus at Jawaharlal Nehru University, K.R. Narayanan Chair for Human Rights and Social Justice at Mahatma Gandhi University, Kerala, and also Ambedkar Chair Professor at Calicut University. His illustrious career spans over 4 decades, in which he encompassing pivotal roles such as chairman of the UGC and ICSSR. He born in the village Mayuri village in Maharashtra. His academic journey began at Jawaharlal Nehru University, where he later became the distinguished faculty member with over 30 and 100 research papers to his credit. His work has profoundly shaped our understanding of rural poverty, caste discrimination and economics, and the socio-economic inequalities faced by marginalized communities in India. He is the recipient of numerous prestigious awards, including the Padma Shri Award, the Ambedkar National Award, Mother Teresa International Award. His contributions reflect a lifelong dedication to social reform, academic excellence, and equity. We are honored to have him with us today. Without further delay, I request Professor Thorat, he is there. So I hand over this session to Dr. Revati. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. I welcome you all to this special lecture given by Professor Thorat on Dr. Ambedkar's perspective on caste identity and discrimination and policy. I think this is a series in the 4 special lectures, first of the 4 special lectures. I'm also, it's a pleasure to chair this session where Professor Thorat will be talking on Ambedkar's perspective on caste identity. And we know that caste identity is, I think, a graded hierarchy characteristic of Indian society, inherent to the Indian society, where the division of labor and is decided even before the birth. And it's well entrenched into the society, and the characteristic of largely a backward and agrarian society like that of India. And also that caste and class were largely going together for a long time. I think they're also going together. But one can say that economic reforms has made some dent into that, where class formation, I mean, it has contributed to that of mobility in the backward classes, economic mobility. But social mobility is again a problematic issue in our context. And there are also, I think there are also that the gap in the economic, social, and political development of the groups across social categories and also within groups. And there has lot of work has been done by Professor Thorat and other scholars on this developmental gap, and then the labor market discrimination, and the root cause for this discrimination that arises from opportunities, discrimination in opportunities, education opportunities, and employment opportunities. So it's very well researched. And the other question that comes to our mind is that how has democracy as a political system in India has fared towards equalizing social and political opportunities? So has it played that role, and whether this transformation has happened, I mean, the social transformation that's important for democracy to play its role. Because scholars have pointed out that when compared in Western democracies, that such social transformation has happened and democratic institutions have had a strong rooting. But in the context of India, maybe that has not happened. And so that's where I think Ambedkar also points out political equality is there in India. One person, one vote is there. But social and economic inequality is there, where one person has not one value, but more than one value and less than one value. So to achieve this economic and social value to each person as equal is very important. And how do we transform that? That's the challenge that is there before all of us, and especially on scholars working on inequalities, be it economic, social, or cultural inequalities. Economic inequalities, we know that there is some kind of a convergence because of various things that are happening, policy and then affirmative policy to some extent, but culturally the transformation is yet to happen. And on policy, I think it's also important for scholars to come up with, to have a debate on the policies are there, but how to get them onto the agenda of the democratic framework of the system. That's very important. And there's a lot that scholars across social sciences need to work together to also come up with how to make our political system to work towards achieving equality in all sense. So we are really looking forward to Professor Thorat, who would be giving a lecture on this, very interesting lecture on this, and after that we will take some question and answers for discussion. I invite Professor Thorat to give the lecture. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all of you. The chairman of this session, Professor Revti, organizers, Sridevi and Nitin Tagde and others. Let me first begin with a profound thanks to the organizer for picking three of us, three old people who have crossed 75 years. Me, Dr. Nancheria, Dr. Deshpande. We have spent time together in different capacities, and organizing this kind of event, inviting us is a recognition of whatever we have done little to taking the issue of marginalized group ahead. I am also sort of equally happy that when I started the research on intercaste inequality and the role of caste discrimination in explaining inequality in the early 90s, there were hardly any scholar working on this issue. But now after 30 years or so, this theme of discrimination and group inequality and intersectionality has really become an important issue. And equally important is that the young scholars have come up now. I am editor of two journals, Journal of Inclusive Studies by IIDS and one CAST, which is online journal published from Brandeis, and I see a number of papers coming from various aspects of inequality, group inequality, vis-a-vis the individual inequality, and the role of discrimination, caste, ethnicity, gender, religious. So the neglect and exclusion of this particular theme into the universities and the institution is now gradually occupying a place. But still there is a long way to go. I do not know how many universities are there where they still teach a course on economics of discrimination in general and the economics of caste discrimination in particular. There may be very few, but nevertheless it's a great beginning, and happy to see that young scholars have taken up this issue. I thought that I will share with you in this special lecture why intercaste economic inequality still persists, an insight from or explanation from some empirical evidence and theories of economics of discrimination, in which I will bring the theories of caste discrimination focusing with Dr. Ambedkar. I sort of slightly rephrase this theme. Now, the recognition, there has been a recognition of the problem of group inequality associated with caste, gender, ethnicity, that is tribals, and now we began to recognize about 10 years ago the interreligious inequality between the majority and minorities. And with respect to caste particularly, with scheduled caste, there is a provision in the constitution. The provision is specifically made. Article 14 talks about equality, equal opportunity before law, prohibition of discrimination on the ground of caste, and denial of civil right, Article 15, equality of opportunity in public employment, Article 16. And what is important is that it doesn't stop only giving the equal rights, it also empowered the state to make provision for backward classes. This is very important because Constitution go a step ahead. Backward classes for adequate representation in employment. But there is one point which I have not mentioned here, is that the directive principle in fact go much beyond the public employment, and it imposes responsibility on the state to undertake policies for social justice, economic well-being, not allowing wealth inequality to the extent that it will harm the well-being. So I think the Constitution has a provision of an element of emancipatory or transformative character, which I am going to discuss day after on 26th in the Center for the List Studies. But the this is the provision in the constitution, because we have accepted the problem of the caste, which began in early 20 with Dr. Ambedkar, and Gandhiji took it. The outcome of this constitution was, of course, the enactment of Anti-Untouchability Act. There is also a provision of abolition of untouchability. I'm sorry, that the untouchability is banned in the constitution, in the fundamental rights section. And as a result of this, certain policies have been developed. First is, of course, a legal safeguard against discrimination, against untouchability and gender. The enactment of the Untouchability Offence Act of 1955 and Atrocity Act of 1989 is the follow-up action to the constitutional provision. Then, of course, the reservation policy in legislature, public job, public education institution, commercial and commercial undertaking and public housing, and other safeguard to them. There are also third policies, for a set of policies to increase the ownership of capital asset, land and entrepreneurship, and educational empowerment among the scheduled caste. This is other than the reservation policy. And of course, there is some quota and earmarking in the general scheme like Narega, Indira Awas Yojana, and other schemes. So there has been a policy, and there has been as a result of which there has been an improvement in the level of living of the scheduled caste. In addition to this policy, there has been an institutional setup also. We have Commission for Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribe, similar commission, and then the Ministry for Social Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe. This is all demand which were made by Dr. Ambedkar in 1920s. And there is a representation in the various bodies. Now I will discuss 4 issues before you. That while there has been an improvement in the economic and social well-being of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe, inequality still persists. Now, Ashwini Deshpande, taking 2 indicators, she brought out that little conversion on the age of education, but there is no conversion, there is a divergence on the other aspects, secondary and higher education. My understanding is that despite the improvement in the situation of the scheduled caste, because of these policies, the gap still persists between the high caste and the scheduled caste. So the question is, I will examine this basic question as to why gap persists and how do we explain this gap even today. That's a major issue that I will discuss with you. Now this gap we can examine by taking the human development indicators such as per capita income, poverty and malnutrition. The Human Development Index is prepared by taking per capita income, literacy and the life expectancy, but we can take these 3 indicators. Now there is a trend, of course, not to take poverty alone, but multiple indicators of human development. 26 or 25 indicators have been taken by Niti Aayog. What I will do is I will present before you the disparity that continues based on per capita income, poverty, malnutrition, and also social needs like education, civic communities, and share with you with the help of the data as to how the inequality still persists. And then we look into the causes. In the causes, I will look at the role of the general endowment factors, ownership of capital asset, education level, and basically the role of caste discrimination as well, and provide some empirical evidence in support of persisting caste discrimination. And then come that what explain this, this is the empirical evidence, but what theoretical explanation can be provided for continuing inequality between the scheduled caste and the high caste. What is the motive, why it still persists? And then at the end I will reflect a little bit on the policies. Let us take a very quick look at the inter-caste inequality, and then for the sake of convenience I am taking scheduled caste and the high caste. Between the two, in some of my writing I have taken scheduled caste, OBC, high caste, but here I am sharing with you the untouchable, the so-called scheduled caste and the high caste, and see the gap. That has been the purpose of the policy as a matter of fact. Now if you take the per capita income, these are the most latest estimate, thanks to Amresh Dubey, who has estimated this for me for the latest data, and you can see that there is a graded inequality as far as the per capita income is concerned. Caste system is based on not on inequality, poor and non-poor, or proletariat and bourgeoisie. It is based on the graded inequality. As you go down in the caste hierarchy from Brahmin to the scheduled caste, untouchable at the end, the economic rights get reduces and it increases as you go up in the caste hierarchy. Exactly, you can have a look at the figure that per capita income goes down from scheduled caste to scheduled tribe to scheduled caste, and then to OBC, and then to other, which includes the high caste. Poverty, unfortunately, we don't have the recent figure. There is a whole mess up, and I think there is a, I do not want to allege anybody, but if you have listened carefully to C. Rangarajan, he mentioned indirectly that the poverty is 3%. We have messed up with the consumption expenditure data. So the real poverty is 2012. There will be some change in that, and you can see that the scheduled caste 30%, OBC 20%, high caste 9%. So scheduled caste poverty is almost 3 times more than that of the high caste. We take health indicator, and I have prepared a very consolidated table. We can take it separately, but if you take health indicator, which 1 or 2 are taken by Deshmukh Deshpande, you take under 5 children's mortality rate, stunted children whose height is and weight is less than what is required, underweight children, and then you take percentage of children suffering from anemia, then women suffering from anemia, underweight woman, and age at death. That is the final outcome of ill health on your life expectancy. This we have estimated. It is only IRDS which has, my institute has estimated, because you have a life expectancy at the aggregate level, but not by social group. But we have taken and modified the definition, and you get the age at rate. Again, I don't want to spend time here. If you look at all this figure, you see a graded inequality. That the higher, the deprivation with respect to health indicator is the highest among the tribal, followed by the scheduled caste, and then it goes down to OBC. OBC are better than SC and ST, but worse than high caste. And of course, even at all India average comparison, the scheduled caste perform badly. Now the bad health situation ultimately culminates into the life expectancy, and you can very easily see that as against 57 years age at death, all India, the scheduled tribe is 48, scheduled caste is 55, OBC is 57, and others is 60. There is a 5-year difference between scheduled caste and high caste in life expectancy, and of course much larger difference in case of scheduled tribe. Housing and civic amenities. I have again put a very consolidated table here. The housing data that comes from the National Sample Survey, I have taken a very precise indicator. What proportion of the people stay in a bad housing? What proportion of people live in slum? What is the size of the house, which is less than 500 square meter? No drinking facility at home, or toilet or bathroom. These are the indicators which really brings out deprivation, and you can again see the same trend. I don't want to repeat on the same graded inequality, which means that the policies have not really stopped, the gap has not been really reduced. Same is the story with education. You take literacy rate, secondary and higher secondary, enrollment ratio, then higher education enrollment ratio and dropout ratio. Same graded inequality you will get. I should have explained it in the terms of graph, but I think I could not make the graph. But similar graded inequalities is perceived, that is scheduled caste level is multiple times less than that of a high caste. Now, what are the sources of this inequality? Why the gap has not been reducing, despite the fact that you have the reservation policy and also the policy of economic and educational empowerment? Now, the economists have developed techniques. Economists have developed techniques whereby you take a scheduled caste and you take a high caste and measure the gap. And we have seen that all indicators of human development that we have seen, there is a gap. Now, how do you explain this gap? Now, this gap may be because you lack resources, you don't have land and you don't have entrepreneurial business, you are not a regular salaried employees, you are mostly a casual labor, your education is low. So, if you don't get a job or if you don't perform well, for simple reason that on the basis of merit and on the basis of your lack of resources, you don't perform well vis-a-vis the high caste. But these techniques which has been developed, it take a gap and disintegrate that gap, disaggregate that gap into endowment factors and discrimination. What it does is that it take a gap and then identify those individuals which are exactly similarly placed with respect to all the merit and other characteristics. And yet they find difference. If you take agricultural laborer with the same family site, with the same educational level of the head of the household, same household size, and several things are similar between high caste and scheduled caste, and yet the level of the scheduled caste is lower than the high caste. So that is not explained, that is called sort of, it is attributed to discrimination. So the gap we can explain through two factors. One is that you don't have resources, income earning capital, asset and education, and that you are discriminated, because similarly placed people also perform poorly as far as the achievement is concerned. Now this is the technique, and the Indian Institute of Dalit Study for last 20 years has done number of studies. I have again put into a lot of effort. I have put this into a small table because of the lack of the time. We have applied this technique to income per capita. This was done by the Professor Barua, Vani Barua. He took income, consumption expenditure of high caste and low caste, and discovered that the difference between the high caste and low caste, scheduled caste and high caste, 61% was because they lack resources, but 39% was because of discrimination. Similarly placed people also has a lower income. Then we did a study for farmer based on the farmer millennium survey. Twice we did it for FAO, and there we discovered that there is a difference in the income, net income of the scheduled caste and the high caste farmer, and 63% because they lack resources and income, but 37% because of discrimination. For employment, very recent book of mine, Madheshwaran and Vani, there the discrimination, probability of employment, 73% is explained by the caste. Huge discrimination in the employment. And endowment, that is lack of education and skill, explained only 27%. Public and private, you can see that in private, the discrimination account a very larger portion than that of public. Wages, mainly 57% because of endowment, 43% because of discrimination. In a recently published paper by me and Khalid Khan, we did a disaggregated analysis of higher education enrollment rate, and we discovered that 64% differences in the enrollment ratio between the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe is because of the lack of income, fathers are not educated and others, but 36% is because of discrimination. So you can see that discrimination is a very important factor, not in employment alone. In income, which is the aggregate indicator, farmers' incomes, income of labor, wages and education, and also there are other papers which talks about credit and all that. I'm not going into the detail of this, but you have to just, this is a very, very systematically developed estimate. Now, this is the limitation of the disaggregated analysis is that it tells you only that discrimination account this much percentage of differences between scheduled caste and high caste. What is the nature of discrimination? What is the process of discrimination? That this technique doesn't help us. Therefore, for last 20 years, the Indian Institute of Dalit Studies has conducted about 24 surveys, primary surveys in villages and in urban areas to study the nature of discrimination being faced by the scheduled caste persons in the market and non-market. Again, I don't have a time. I will only briefly tell you how the what is the nature of discrimination being faced by the scheduled caste based on the primary data. Because there is a tendency among these, among several of the economists to deny this incidence of discrimination. You will recall that we did a study which has been published in book Blog by Caste, Discrimination in Modern India in 2010. There we have discovered that there is a discrimination in wage labor, in urban labor market of the scheduled caste in various forms. Now, labor, there are a number of studies. I did not say more on this. We did a study of 3 states, Punjab, I think Haryana, UP, and Gujarat. And we discovered the discrimination is being faced by the rural casual labor. Also, the paper published in the Blog by Caste, a correspondence study brings out the discrimination being faced in the urban area. And the recent book, of course, by Madheshwaran and myself, very thoroughly examined and estimated the discrimination, but that is through the indirect method. So, the primary survey brings out the discrimination. The farming also, the farmer also face discrimination. Now, let me tell you about the studies. This result is based on 3 studies. One is survey of 3 states of the villages. One of the partner in this data collection was Nitin. And then we did a study of 8 states from Eastern India, both market as well as non-market institution, government institution. So these results are clearly based on the primary study and very systematic. And there are 2 books now are coming. These will be probably my last 2 books, but that will really establish the several things in caste discrimination. In one book, of course, my lifetime work is being clubbed together in 17 papers, and it is coming very soon. And another book in which we have compiled the result of the IIDS on discrimination faced by farmer, by the wage laborer, by the business entrepreneurs, and the non-farm and the government. In the government midday meal scheme, Janani Suraksha Yojana, integrated child development, and Narega, based on the primary. So both market and non-market are being covered, and this book will now, I think these 2 books will establish the whole thing. So this brief presentation is based on this, that we discovered that there is a discrimination of the casual labor as well as regular salaried laborer in rural area. What is the nature of that discrimination? I would not like to go into the detail, but the scheduled castes are selectively denied employment in certain area, in processing of vegetable, in processing of food grain, domestic work, and several other areas which are considered not proper for the untouchable because of their status being impure. The regular salaried worker also face discrimination. There is a general preference for the people of our own caste. In the farming, the discrimination is mainly in purchase of input and sale of output. The scheduled caste farmer literally face discrimination in getting the labor and the bullock from high caste. Seed they can get, fertilizer they will get, but they will get late, that's another matter, but they do get seed and the fertilizer. Manure, difficult to get. And if they get, and the private water, tube-well water is very difficult to get. And if you get them, they get untimely, they get in the middle of the night and at a high rate. So in purchasing of input, they face discrimination. In sale of output, they face discrimination. Now the business, we had taken 3 business owners. One is the grocery shop, restaurant, and transport. In all the 3, you see scheduled castes face discrimination. In case of grocery, of course, hardly any high caste go and buy the consumer good from the shop owned by the scheduled caste. They prefer to buy these grocery items from the people of their own caste. In difficulties and in the rare cases, they only buy some of the good which are packed, not open. So market is sale is less. The scheduled caste grocery shop owner only depend on the consumer of their own caste whose purchasing power is less, profit is less. Eventually they goes down. A restaurant is of course it being related to the food. The scheduled caste, the restaurant and eateries, they do not get high caste consumer. They have to mainly depend on the high caste, and then they are not allocated a place in the public place where there is a possibility of high demand. So they have to open up their shop in their own locality, or they have to go to the nearby village where their caste identity is suppressed. But that cost, transaction cost and transportation cost, their profit get reduced. So that is the discrimination that they face. Transport also, auto rickshaw, basically auto rickshaw and taxis were taken, and they discovered that the high caste preferred the person of their own caste in hiring the transport. So I think this is a story of the discrimination in the by the businesses. There is a one thing to my surprise I have come across is that there is a coercion and violence and restriction on free labor, starting farming and undertaking business. Discrimination is one part which operates through the market, but there is a direct opposition to the scheduled caste, not to they are bonded labor at time, no free labor, but farming, all kind of obstacle are created, and in business all kind of obstacle are created. Now antagonism, coercion is a characteristics of the caste system. You must understand that, and that is reflected into economics also. Now coming to the non-market institution, namely the government, we had taken Jandi Suraksha Yojana, ICDP, Integrated Child Development Program, Midday Meal and Employment Guarantee, and of course the higher education institution. Again, you see that there is a discrimination operating. Now again, I don't want to go into detail. The next book that is coming up has half of it is only on this. For the first time, it will establish that how discrimination is persisting in the government institution or government-sponsored supplier. Jandi Suraksha Yojana, they face discrimination. In primary health center, they face discrimination in getting the medicine, getting the treatment. Particularly the pregnancies have to be performed in the government institution. They face a lot of discrimination. Midday meal, you know that. I had published a paper much earlier along with Joel Lee in EPW that scheduled caste students sit separately. They get foods after everybody has eaten up, and then they are required to sort of clean up. Scheduled caste women are not employed as a cook. If they are employed and food is cooked by them, the high caste children will not eat. So there is a lot of discrimination is there, which is of a qualitative nature. Similarly, in employment guarantee scheme, now I am not discussing various forms. Higher education, because we were under a sweet illusion that higher education is being manned by literate people, there is no discrimination. But you know that what is happening now, that a committee was set up under my chairmanship when I was the UGC chairman in All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So after 2 suicides by a scheduled caste and a scheduled tribe boy, it brought out a lot of discrimination. The Indian Institute of Medical Science refused it. But now, then I promoted the studies on this. I gave 60 lakh rupees when I was chairman of ICSR to Sukumar, and Sukumar has brought out a book now, Discrimination in Higher Education Institution, picking up colleges, state university, central university. And similarly, NUPA, Nidhi Sadhana Sabharwal has done a comprehensive survey. So the discrimination in higher education is a fact now. Yesterday, a couple of days before, Vimula's mother and the ID's mother, they went to Supreme Court, and Disha Wadekar also, along with that, filed a petition that you are not implementing 2012 regulation, and discrimination is there in higher education. So she pursued me to be one of the petitioner. She said, if you give the evidence of discrimination in higher education institution, judge will respect it. So I was a petitioner, and I think they have called UGC and asked them to enforce it. I have written an article in Hindustan Time a couple of days before I given to Nitin. I think it has been circulated. So you see that the government also involved into a discrimination. So the conclusion is this, that the discrimination is not in one or two areas. Discrimination is all embracing, and it leaves no aspect of the untouchables. Like, I have not touched social, religious and cultural. I have only brought the economics. For last 20 years, that is what we have done, because the Untouchability Offence Act and Atrocity Acts only focus on the social, religious. Now, the book that this discrimination then certainly impact in many ways. So the poverty, low income of the farmer and the person is because of the discrimination in the market, because you are literally denying the opportunities. But there was no estimate, so Madheshwar in my book, which has come by Oxford, we try to estimate the impact of employment discrimination on poverty. And you can see that if there is no discrimination, poverty will decline additionally by 9.2% in 2017 data and 7.1 in 2004 data. So you can see that how there is a direct consequences of this. Now let me come to the theories now. Let me give some theoretical explanation. Now, there are two factors that have come out. One is that the scheduled castes were denied right to property, right to education, right to business. As a result, the legacy of that continues today. And secondly, their education level was very low. Now you get evidence as far as the lack of ownership of income, income earning capital asset, low ownership of land, entrepreneurship, and as a result there is a high dependence of casual labor. Now again, I am not going into detail. I think Nitin Tagde is going to make a detailed presentation of wealth inequality. But I give this one consolidated table which will give you an idea of the impact of denial of right to property to the scheduled caste. First column is the share in the wealth of the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe and OBC, the average wealth owned by them, the land share, their share in the land in the country, and then the average size of the farmer. You can see the impact of the denial of the right to property, that the scheduled caste account have only 10% share in the wealth of the nation, as against their population of 18%, while the high caste, whose population is about 27%, own much higher than their share, that is 44%. Average wealth, you can see, these are the estimate given by Nitin Tagde yesterday to me with a recent year. You can see that the average wealth owned by the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe is about 7 lakh per household, as against 39 lakh by the high caste, several times, 3 times or 4 times higher than the by the scheduled caste. Same is the story with land. The scheduled caste share in the total land is only 9%. The average size is the lowest among the scheduled caste, 0.24 hectare. Even tribal have a little more larger size of land, 0.577, as against of course 0.67 by the high caste. So you can see that the ownership of income earning capital asset related to land is much less. Same is the story with the entrepreneurs, private entrepreneurs. I will not go into greater detail. This is the data. I will just avoid this. That the same thing happens about the ownership of entrepreneurship, because there was a denial of right to business. This is also brought out by the other indicators. I will avoid those explanation because I have to come to theory. Their dependence as a result of denial of lack of capital asset, you can see, is more on the casual labor. Please have a look at the table on the row on the casual labor. The proportion of the casual labor among the scheduled caste is almost 44%. Of the total worker in rural area, scheduled caste worker, 40% are casual labor, as against only 12% among the high caste. And same in the story with urban area. Despite reservation, you will see that the proportion of regular salaried is also lower, but it's slightly better now because of reservation. Now, let me come to the last part. Why discrimination still persists? Discrimination is one of the major factors for the poor performance with respect to several human development indicators. Now, we can resort to theories of discrimination, and I'll try to explain it very, very briefly. The economic theories of discrimination address 3-4 questions. One, what is discrimination? Second, what is the motive behind discrimination? And why it is practiced continuously despite law, and why does it persist? Unfortunately, most of the economic theories are developed in Western world. Um, with respect to race and gender, the first theory, of course, is by Becker, then by Arrow, perception, then by Akerlof, identity, then by racial identity theory by William Darity, who will speak tomorrow in the evening. Then there is a theory related to prejudice. And then there are theories of caste discrimination. Earlier it was Akerlof, Scoveley, and Deepak Lal who sort of theorized the economics of caste system and discrimination, but most substantial is by Dr. Ambedkar. Now, the main argument of these theories is as follows, and I will just read out because I don't want to take more time. The main point made by this theory is that social group persists in every society: race, ethnic, color, gender, caste, occupation, group, and other economic consideration. That each social group develop a norm or ideas which regulate the behavior of the individual towards the other group, other members of the group. In economic exchange, the norm influence the economic decision making. Castes are two groups, so high caste develop the norm as to how they should behave with the low caste in economic sphere. So they develop norms. That the dominant group, and those norms are discriminatory. That the dominant group considered itself different from other group, which it considered as a subordinate group. High caste, low caste, white and black, male and female. The dominant group considered that they have a special property right, which subordinate group do not have. These are silent feature of all this theory. That norms are discriminatory. Unfortunately, those norms are there always, but these norms are discriminatory, and subordinate group face discriminatory behavior in economic interaction in various markets, denial of equal right. That the motive is both pecuniary and non-pecuniary. Pecuniary means economics. Most of the theories argue that the motive is economic and material gain. It is not psychological motive, as Becker has pointed out. So the motive behind discrimination is out and out materialistic. You must understand that. There is nothing spiritual about it. That the motive is both material and non-material. That is maximization of the group material interest of high caste and high social status, which gives psychological satisfaction. There is a psychological satisfaction motive also. Discrimination is used as an instrument by the dominant group to preserve the material interest and high social status through group consciousness and group action. There is a group action, group consciousness, which results into a group action for group material interest. That's very important. Now coming to the caste now. Again, I am being very brief. The Akerlof, you understand, one of the major message from this is that all these three economics we have developed with the economic theory of caste are from outside. No Indian economist ever took an initiative to develop economic theory of caste. Akerlof is alive. Scoveley is alive in Minnesota University. Deepak Lal, I think, is no more, but he spent most of his life outside. And of course, the Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. All these three have developed the economic theories of caste system in a neoclassical mode. What does that mean? That means that you take the economic feature of the caste system and then develop a model. And their understanding is that the caste put restriction on the mobility of capital and labor. And for as an economist, that for the optimum outcome, Pareto optimality, you require mobility of capital and the labor from one sector to another sector. Caste divide the market. Mobility get segregated, and as a result, the economic outcome is less than optimum. That is their major conclusion, nothing much beyond that. But I think Ambedkar's analysis is very, very important, and nobody has captured it. I had told this Ashwini Deshpande, when I review her book, Grammar of Caste, in EPW, my main criticism of Ashwini was that you haven't touched Ambedkar at all. And she felt it, yeah, because to get hold of Ambedkar, you have to read quite a lot. And I have spent quite many years. Now, for the student, when they ask, couple of them asked me, please read my book and Madheshwaran's book and Vani's book on employment discrimination. My two books will also cover, there are two chapters. One is very systematic analysis of economic theories of discrimination in a very simple word. These are all, they all use econometrics. I have not used econometrics. I have used only description and very simple description. And there is a separate chapter on economic theories of caste discrimination, where I have discussed Akraloff, Kowali, and Deepak Lal, but also Ambedkar in greater detail. So that is the basic thing that if you are interested, you should read it. I will read out only Dr. Ambedkar's point. What is his analysis of economics of caste system and discrimination? There are 10 points. I will just read out. That will be much better instead of spending time. First, like other society, there exist classes or occupation naturally evolved over a period of time. There were classes, occupational group in Indian society. Second, an idea or norms were developed which divide the existing category into 5 castes or social group. There were classes, there were occupation, but in Rig Veda they were divided into 5 groups. Third, the norms are devised to isolate and segregate 5 castes from each other through restriction on marriage, that is endogamy, interdining, and social relation. That is the first feature of the caste system. Fourth, in the economic sphere, norms fix the economic right that include property right, occupation, employment, and education by birth, and make them hereditary and permanent. That's very important. Hereditary and permanent for generation together, without freedom for change for successive generation. Fifth, the entitlement of economic and education right of each caste is assigned in an unequal and graded manner. If you divide the right and fix it, understandable, but you do it in an unequal manner and graded manner. Thus, norms and principle of graded inequality is the foundation of the caste system with respect to economic, education, cultural, and religious right. Sixth, it converts the norm into laws. That is the most dangerous system. It is not only norm and custom. Convert into law, making the caste system legally binding. This was done by Manu. Once it is made legal, it also invites penalties for violation of the caste rules to both by the high caste and the low caste, by the state and the high caste communities. So you know that the atrocities is the outcome of opposition. Seventh, the legal norms receive religious sanction. This is the great characteristic of the caste system. Slavery did not have support of religion, Christianity, but the caste system has got religion sanction. So caste norms as taken as a religious faith and sacred, the caste is made of a divine origin to be accepted as a religious faith and teaching. Eighth, the caste-wise entitlement of economic right bring economic isolation and exclusion from each other. Ninth, although it excludes the lower caste, this is very important. Although it excludes the lower caste from the economic and social right, it also forcefully includes lower caste as a manual labor for high caste. There they don't exclude. And that high caste, mostly as a forced labor and slave labor. Now it is proved, I think the Amit Thora's entire book on reparation has proved that untouchable were a slave caste. He will discuss it tomorrow. But the major work was by Sanal Mohan from Kerala University, who published the first book on untouchable as a slave caste. So economic relations are characterized by forced exclusion and forced inclusion under a exploitative condition. 10th, the norm also carry a notion of impurity and pollution. Untouchables are different from Shudra because untouchable are polluting caste. Shudras are not. It treats the untouchable as impure and therefore polluting, and hence their touch, approach, or distance, sight are considered pollution, and therefore treated untouchable, unapproachable, unseeable, and they are forced with social and residential segregation. Their pollution status exclude them from many economic interaction. That is very important. 11th, the motive behind the unequal division is mainly economics. In fact, William Darity, in one of his articles, you can ask him, he used the word greed, not even a material interest. If you read the slokas and the verses from Manusmriti, they are disgusting. I have given them literally in my book. Please read it. and a desire for high social status. So economics plus high desire for high social status. 12th, the caste involve group consciousness. Why do 2-3 people ask me outside, sir, when you give a reservation, others don't get a admission, and there are some who are opposed. Why do they oppose? There is a group consciousness. Caste develop a group consciousness, as a result of which group action and effort for a group interest. That is the key of the caste system. By individual as a member of the caste for material and high social status. 13th feature is that since the group consciousness and group action or effort by individual as a member of the caste are motivated by material and high social status or gain to the high caste, gains are at the cost of the denial of the same to the low caste. Caste relations are governed by antisocial attitude toward the low caste. See, this is a very important feature which developed the argument for repression. See, you can say that this is my right, and you have this right. Caste system doesn't stop there. He said, I have this right, but you do not have this right. And if you have this, I will take away. So that bring the antagonism among the high caste. Now, this is to put it in a very brief, as far as the economics of caste system is concerned, that the caste system involved denial of equal economic right to ownership of land, right to business, right to employment, and right to education to the scheduled caste. Denial means discrimination. You are denied equal right, which I enjoy. So the caste system, in fact, discrimination is embedded in the economics of the caste system by denying the economic right to them. And obviously, the impact is poverty. The only thing I will say that the Varna system began somewhere around BC 1000 in the Rig Veda, Purushotta. Now you add 2024 in and 100, so 3024 year before. But even if we consider 1950 the constitution which accept the equality, still I think the caste system prevailed almost for 2500. Nowhere in the world a particular community has been denied economic right for such a long period of time. Ancient, medieval, and British period. Now, so therefore there is a need for policies. Now I won't go the policy implication of the theories because of the lack of time, but I think the major message of this is that since there is a discrimination involved, since there was an impact, since the discrimination continue, what you require is the law against discrimination and a mechanism whereby you give some share because the discrimination still persists. So therefore the policy of reservation and affirmative action has been brought in, but also William Doherty will talk to you tomorrow, insofar as the enrichment of the white came at the cost of the slavery. Longer work of hour and low wages, reparation was justified. 40 hectares of land and 2 mule were given to blacks after the abolition of the slavery. See, exactly the same case is here. That the privileges of the high caste came at the cost of the untouchable, and so there is a case for reparation, compensation. But never the compensation argument was used as such. But you do require, there is a implication of policy that you require reparation, reservation policy, legal safeguard. Now, as far as the India is concerned, then Ambedkar was the sole person who has developed the policies. Lack of endowment, I have said. There was a policy that he suggested to distribute the land and promote businesses and promote education among the scheduled castes. And against the discrimination, he had 4 or 5 policies: law against discrimination, legal safeguard against discrimination, then fair share in employment, jobs, education, reservation policy, share in the executive, and of course some institution. Now these are some of the policies which were suggested by Dr. Ambedkar. There are limitations of this. I will not go into this. We can take into the answer question. The limitation is, one of the limitation is that entire private sector is eliminated from reservation. And you have seen that discrimination in employment is much higher in private than in public. Because of privatization, the share of the government regular salary employed has declined from 30% to I think almost 15%. So the catchment area for reservation is much less. So there are issues, and economic empowerment and education empowerment is still lagging behind. I think I should stop it here, and we can take some question and answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Thorat, for your lifetime work. This is your lifetime work that you have been doing on discrimination, theories of discrimination, economic discrimination, the gaps that persist and why it persists, and the nature of discrimination and the theories of discrimination. One or two points are very striking here, that the compensation argument that's there, I think it has been there, but maybe still it has to be articulated even powerfully, I think, to compensate the discrimination that has been faced by these castes over time, or for a historical denial of rights for this caste. One or two examples that I would like to give is when we were doing this Dalit Bandhu study in Telangana, which was a government kind of study, entrepreneurship to the Dalits, giving 10 lakh rupees for the Dalits. Similar kind of findings have been there, but state has provided captive market for the products that they were producing, but otherwise there was limited market for them. So similar is with the other point is the social norms. In the context of gender, social norms work, but this is also new that the norms are against religious norms, and norms against the castes are also very entrenched, which make us, behaviorally and discriminate other classes, the deprived classes or the scheduled castes historically. So with this, I think we can have some discussion. I invite questions from the audience. Maybe we can go up to, organizers can tell the time that is there. Only 2 questions. From students. Yeah, there. Please tell your name and then ask the question.
Very good afternoon, sir. My name is Arpit Singh. And sir, my question is, you said that there is a group action against SC/ST people, but don't you think, just few days before, there was a concept of creamy layer in SC/ST. It was law going to be enforced, but it was opposed by SC/ST people only. Those people who are rich in SC/ST caste, they oppose this law, but this was for the betterment of all SC/ST people. So don't you think that SC/ST people, those who have got a good status, they are opposing the benefit of their own caste? So this was my question, sir.
I don't think so. The issue of subcaste reservation was taken up by the Supreme Court, and I have written an article in Outlook. Please have a look at it. I wrote another article in Hindustan Time on that decision. Please have a look at this. The issue is that there is some sort of untouchability between the scheduled castes. There is no denial. Ambedkar also agreed for that. The issue is, if at all there is a low share of, say, Madigas or Mang or Valmikis in the government employment, what is the reason? Is it because that the Malas oppose it? It is because that Mahar oppose it? It is because the Charmakar oppose the Valmiki share? No. The appointment authority is the government. And most of the high castes sit there. And Mahar doesn't obstruct the employment of Mang, or Mala does not obstruct the employment of Madikas. Some favoritisms, isolated cases might be there, but that cannot be taken too far. So the argument that the Mala or Mahar or Chamar opposed, they take away the everything, and they are party to the entry of the in employment of Mala, Madikas or Mang or Valmiki is not correct. The reason is something else. The reason is that the Mala, Madikas or Valmikis or Matang and other caste, other than this, they lack in educational development and ownership of capital asset. As a result, because of poor economic base and educational development, not many of them get into the government services. So one has to do that study first, you know. So I do not think that the way the issue has been taken up is based on any facts. Now I think Telangana has a caste census. There will be a result. One has to examine that, and you will see that what I am saying will come out. But at the same time, I will say that there should be special policies for Madigas, Matang, and Valmikis, if at all they lag behind, for their economic empowerment, for their educational empowerment, and there should be some preference also. There is no, we are giving preference to women, there is no reservation policy for women, yet we are developing indirect affirmative action policy for them. So similar policy can be developed. But to have the quota within the caste, you are going under against the principle. That principle is this, that all caste, Ambedkar has been able to get reservations simply because all suffered from untouchability. And untouchability is the basis for reservation, which involves denial of economic and educational right. Now you are dividing them and taking an argument that there is a opposition denial of right within the subcaste. That's not the case. So, you know, there is an attempt, even economic reservation based on income, and this also there is an attempt to sort out, distort the reservation policy, the basis of the reservation policy.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. I am Vishal. So I have a question regarding education. When we see scheduled caste students, till primary school, they are equal to so-called upper class people. But as we move forward towards secondary and higher education, we can see they are getting drop out from the schools and not getting that education compared to so-called upper class. So is reservation is the only solution, or are there any other ways? And after getting education also, even though they are not getting job opportunities, especially in private sector, they are not getting that equal opportunities as compared to others. So what can be the solutions? Thank you, sir.
Indian Economic Journal last two issue, I have a very detailed article, me and Khalid Khan. Intercaste inequality in enrollment rate in higher education. It comes out from that there are two factors for lower level of enrollment rate in higher education. One is, you must also know that in National Sample Survey on higher education, ask a direct question to the individual. Why do you get dropout? Why don't you send your children to the higher education institution? But I'll come to the dropout later. But the factor that comes in are that the scheduled caste lack, their income is low, and even the public education system is not that cheap. Even private aided institution, it costs. So economic reason and lack of sources of income, lack of regular salary job in a substantial extent, because bulk of them, 41% of them are casual labor. So the lack of income is one of the reasons why their educational attainment is low. The second comes that even if we take the similar group from the high caste and the scheduled caste, yet the enrollment rate of the scheduled caste is lower, and for that the caste discrimination is the reason. The discrimination that you the school and the higher education institutions. The dropout rate is also for economic reasons and also because of discrimination. You get disinterested. We are not talking as much about the discrimination in the school as much as we are talking about the discrimination in higher education. So what you require is that the privatization has almost brought the inequalities in the higher education at a very high level. What you require is really the poor from the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and other should have a substantial financial support so that they can get education. No free hostels. It should be as cheap as possible because they were denied right to education in the past. And I am only talking of poor among them. The economically better scheduled caste can manage the higher education and school education. But the poor among the scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, and OBC should have a free and compulsory education even in higher education, similar to that of school education.
So we come to conclusion of this enlightening session. It is my privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Professor Sukhdev Thorat for delivering thought-provoking lecture on human development disparities and theories and evidences. Your expertise and deep analysis have enriched our understanding of this crucial subject. For me also, but personally, it is very enlightening as I am associated with since long years, and every time I am learning something and something. I also like to express my sincere thanks to Professor E. Revati for graciously chairing this session and guiding the discussion with such clarity and precision. A special thanks to all the dignitaries, faculty members, students, and guests present here today for being a wonderful audience and engaging in this session with enthusiasm. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Nitin. There is a small memento presentation to the chair of the session by Professor Thorat. No, Professor Thorat will be giving it to the chair of the session. I request Professor Revati to hand over a small memento to Professor Thorat. Thank you. Now we'll have the second special lecture. I request Professor Malaya to initiate the lecture.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you. Second series of lecture, special lecture. For this lecture is on Dr. Ambedkar views on Indian agriculture and economic development, and it will be delivered by Professor G. Nancharaya. For this session will be chaired by Professor Rajshekhar. I request Professor Rajshekhar to come at the rises, please. Yeah, then for this next special lecture series. I request Professor Nancharas, please come on to the dais and take the chair. Yeah, thank you, sir. First of all, I should express my thanks to organizer of this conference for giving me this wonderful opportunity to introduce my teacher and my friend, my colleague, Professor Rajshekhar, as a chairman of this session. Professor Rajshekhar is the right person for this session. Why? Because I have studied, I have seen that multiple degrees with Ambedkar. After Ambedkar, this is the only Professor Rajshekhar has the multiple degrees equal to Ambedkar. This is a wonderful achievement of Professor Rajshekhar. I got this opportunity to introduce you, Professor Rajshekhar, chairman of this session. And Professor Rajshekhar is the good academician, administration, or dynamic personality in the School of Management of University of Hyderabad. And he is the first person introduced more courses from this university. And he has established and initiated several courses, innovative courses in the School of Management. And also he has occupied many academic as well as administrative positions in the university and proved his caliber, and he achieved, starting from the dean and of course several positions, including the pro-vice chancellor of this university. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for, and he has immensely contributed academically, nearly 66 papers and 22 PhD students of his credit. That is goes to Professor Rajshekhar. That's why I said that Professor Rajshekhar is the right person for this session. Thank you, Professor Rajshekhar, for coming here and accepting our invitation. And then, as my teacher, I felt very happy, Professor Nacharya. I learned, he is my inspiration. I have done a lot of work under Professor Nacharya, sir, and still he is my inspiration. And under him, I have produced the PhD on Ambedkar economic thought and the relevance of Ambedkar views on Indian agricultural development. It is also published. The credit goes to Professor Nancharai, sir. He has given me such a wonderful guidance. That's why I am thankful to Professor Sitavi for giving me this opportunity to introduce my teacher as the speaker of this lecture. Professor Nancharai is the product of Andhra University, got MA and PhD from Andhra University. And then over a period of time, he has grown such a level that by occupying the different positions, starting from the lecturer, all positions, and head and dean, and then chief and director of staff college, and then vice chancellor of Central University, Lucknow. And then after that, he has become the chairman of the State Finance Commission. And that means nothing is left for him. He has proved all his academic administrative capability in the different universities. And one more wonderful thing is that he has delivered as served in the Mumbai University as a professor 2 years, and also he is the Fulbright fellowship holder of, and he is spent in California University, and then he came to India, and then he has occupied the professorship in University of Hyderabad, and then from there he delivered all his lectures, different universities and different decision-making bodies, and he established and he helped to establish several institutions in India. So Professor Lancha is inspiration not only for me, for many people through his still, today 75 years is going to complete by April 4th. So it's a great achievement, sir. Still we are listening to you. I feel very happy, sir, today. This is a good opportunity for me. So with this brief introduction of the two personalities on the basis, I give the responsibility to the chairperson of this session to conduct this session very smoothly. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Mallaya. Respected Professor Nancharaya Garu, Thorat sir, Professor Narasimha Reddy sir, and my dear colleagues. So before we start the session, let me thank the organizer of the conference, Dr. Sridevi, Professor Sridevi, for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. So when I joined the University of Hyderabad in the year 1999, so Professor Nancharaya sir was our school board member, and I used to learn a lot from him. The first time I heard him when I organized a session on international trade. There he spoke about Ambedkar views on international trade. That was somewhere in the year 2000. I have got several opportunities to listen to Professor Nancharaya on Ambedkar's ideas, Ambedkar's philosophy, Ambedkar policies. So after hearing to Professor Thorat sir about discrimination, I think we have seen a lot of statistics. So sir spoke about human development, and sir spoke about higher education, and a lot of statistics sir has provided. And Professor Nancharaya sir now is going to speak about Dr. Ambedkar's views on Indian agriculture and economic development. So almost we have been discussing about Ambedkar's writings, Ambedkar's contribution for the past 100 years or so. We have been discussing, and most of the policies, most of the suggestions made by him are still relevant today, especially a special reference to agriculture and industrial development. And since I am coming from management department, and we also have some overlap with industries, industrial development and management. So even in some of his views on business, some of his views about economics, some of his views about industrial development, still relevant even today. And today, in the recent times, we have been discussing about various agriculture policies and land management, water management, water distribution, and industrialization, migration. All these things we have been discussing, especially post-liberalization, and we have been discussing more. But he spoke about all these things 100 years ago, and most of the suggestions, whatever he made, are still relevant today. That's where his importance, Ambedkar's importance, B.R. Ambedkar's importance is growing day by day. So whenever there is a problem, we refer his ideas and his contributions. Of course, Professor Nancharaya is an authority on Professor Ambedkar's, Dr. Ambedkar's research and ideas. So I request Professor Nancharaya Garu to speak on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar views on Indian agriculture and economic development. So after such session, and as we had question and answers now, I think we'll also have some question and answers subjected to Dr. Sridevi's kind of a decision. But I request Professor Nancharaya Garu to deliver the talk on Dr. Ambedkar's views on Indian agriculture and economic development. Thank you, sir.
Professor Thorat, Professor Deshapande, Professor Narasimha Reddy, and other my dear faculty colleagues and dear students. At the outset, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Sri Devi, Seminar Director, for giving me this opportunity. Friends, this opportunity enables me to meet you all. This is my parent university, where I taught more than 40 years. Several batches of students at different levels, at PG level and research level, were trained, and I am always extremely happy to come to this campus. That's why when Dr. Sridevi requested me, although my health is not that sound, but I have agreed so that I could see all my students and my colleagues here. I was requested to speak on Ambedkar's views on Indian agriculture and economic development. So, this aspect of Ambedkar contribution does not directly come under this economics of discrimination. However, very pertinent aspect, very vital aspect from the point of view of national economy and also with reference to the agricultural laborers and farmers. Friends, this is Ambedkar's great contribution of research. Immediately after his PhD in economics from Columbia, he published this paper in 1918 in the Indian Society of Agricultural Economics. It is purely a research paper. So, my present lecture essentially draws from this paper, and this paper was reproduced in his writings and speeches published by Maharashtra government. And also, of course, his contribution, which is not from his research, but from his proposal. A proposal which was a part of his states and minorities, which was a memorandum submitted to the Constituent Assembly on behalf of Scheduled Caste Federation. Now it is also a well-known book, The States and Minorities. I will also speak a little on this proposal also, wherein he was speaking collectively
contamination of agriculture. That particular aspect I am going to speak in continuation of as a part of his views on Indian agriculture. Friends, you know, the problem of Indian agriculture, as you know, is essentially small holdings problem. Small holdings, unfortunately, they are not compact holdings. They are scattered. They are scattered holdings. And at that time, you know, there were views, particularly by eminent professors like Professor Jones and a committee has been appointed to look into the problems of small holdings by Baroda State, that is called is popularly known as RBC. Report on small holdings in the Baroda State. And also, there was eminent director of agriculture of Bombay Presidency, Keating. So, these economists and also others also of the view that Indian agriculture was suffering from these small and these fractured holdings, which are not compact holdings, and as a result, the productivity is very low. Friends, I could not make any slides, but if this paper is circulated, I have handed over this paper to the organizers. The relevant tables are presented in this paper. See, wherein the data have been presented in various tables. How Indian agriculture was suffering from this small holding, large small holdings, and the productivity is very low compared to many other nations. I am not sure whether it is circulated or not, but you see, in India at that time, the percentage of population in engaged in agriculture was around 70%, slightly more than that, 70 point something. And actually, as a matter of fact, A.K. Sen, Professor Sen, has initiated the discussion on holdings and their impact on productivity, effect on productivity, agricultural productivity in 1960s. His work appeared in 1962 Economic Journal. This EPW, at that time it was called as Economic Journal, wherein he formulated a statement that as size of the holding increases, productivity goes down. This is popularly known as inverse relationship between size of the holding and the productivity in agriculture. And this debate continued in post-Green Revolution period also, that is in latter part of 60s and all 70s, and particularly C.H. Hanumantarao, 1980,
his work clearly indicated this inverse relationship in the post-Green Revolution period does not hold good. Of course, afterwards also there were some works, some were also arguing that still this inverse relationship holds good, but mostly it was established that whatever was A.K. Sen's proposition was there, that inverse relationship does not hold good in the post-Green Revolution period. That is an established fact. Point I try to say is, this kind of a debate Ambedkar initiated in his paper, which I have already mentioned, in 1918 in Indian Society of Agricultural Economics, wherein he has examined the size of the holding, agricultural holding, and its impact on the productivity. And other economists' view also I have already expressed. They are of the view that this agriculture productivity, agricultural output per acre is very low in India. They have given data to support this compared to many other countries because of the fact that they are subdivision, fragmented. These were the problems. So their attention was on this fragmentation. Therefore, consolidate, enlarge the holding. That would be the solution according to them, but which Ambedkar did not say. But he examined that proposition. See, wherein how to consolidate, how to enlarge it is a big issue. In India, according to Adam Smith, for example, some countries were having large holdings. Adam Smith says it is because of the law of primogeniture, which means only the first child is given the right to property. The total property is given to the first child. This is, Adam Smith explains that because of the countries where there was a military life, where there was a violent life, this law was adopted to preserve these properties. Others didn't have any right. Whereas in some other countries like France, in the post-revolution, for example, it is a country of small holdings only, while England was a country of large holdings. And this was a country of small holding because of the application of the law of subdivision, equal distribution of property among all the children. That is because that is the case in the countries which are leading a kind of a peaceful life, unlike the countries where the military life was, violent life was dominant. Okay. Now, in case of India, as we have already told you, that it is a country of large number of small holdings. The Ambedkar has presented the data from the various sources, how country was suffering from this kind of large number of small holdings. And you see, because in India there is a law of inheritance, from the point of distributive justice, the property was equally distributed among all the children, and at the same time, each member of the family doesn't take his share by the survey number, but he takes in every survey number the share. That means each holding of a person is having, will be having too many plots. A holding, how many plots it has, that indicates how it is fragmented. So this fragmentation, subdivision was on account of the fact that all the children of a family are equally distributed this property. Of course, it is good from the distributive justice point of view, but from the point of view of cultivation, it causes it causes very enormous costs, very inefficient type of production, and tillage is expensive, and but from the revenue point of view, it's all right, but from the tillage point of view and the cost of production point of view, this is very inefficient. Actually, this is one of the reasons for this low output. Now, how to consolidate? So, various proposals, as I was mentioning, the proposals made by G1s, RBC, Keating, almost same. That wherever the holding is economic, non-economic holding, when it is not an economic holding, you limit it to the only single child. The succession of single man rule, this was suggested by these people. The succession of single man rule whenever the holding is not an economic holding. And there were also proposals, you can give some kind of a compensation to the disposed person. But all sessions did not go for this kind of a compensation. Only one or two people suggested this compensation. Particularly, and the single man rule was almost everybody has accepted when the holding is not an economic holding. What is economic holding? Economic holding, they have defined. All these people have defined. Ambedkar considered the definitions of these three people, popular people. They say it should be, the land should be of enough size which enables the farmer to produce enough to maintain in a high standard of his family. Some said to enable his family to totally engage in the work of his field so that they can have a better earning. So that is how these people almost, they were defining this. Each family should have the enough land to maintain in a considerably comfortable life for his family, and also to engage all family members in the work. That was the definition. Almost everybody was agreeing for that. But interestingly here, Ambedkar contribution lies. Ambedkar critically examined this. Critically examined this definition of these others and said this definition of economic holding actually is not from the point of view of economic character of the holding. That is, it is not from the point of view of production, but it is only from the point of view of consumption. You see, in India, a farmer has to support all the family members, although sometimes some family members do not contribute to any work. They remain idle, although they do not work. You have to support. So according to these definitions, if he cannot support all these members, although some members do not contribute to any productivity, it is declared as a failure. It is declared as a failure. Ambedkar was arguing that you should consider the actual economic relationship between what a farmer invests and what a return he gets. As long as the returns pay for the investment, no farm should be declared a failure, although it cannot support sometimes all the members in the family. So therefore, the definition of these people, which is only from consumption point of view, not from production point of view, and you should define it from the point of view of production. That is, as long as returns are paid to the investment without any loss, farm should not be declared as a failure. Then he says, interestingly, here again Ambedkar's contribution you can see. You can't actually decide a holding, economic or non-economic, simply depending upon the size of the holding. What you require is, this is in early 20th century. What you require is the optimum combination of factors of production. In 50s, 60s, these neoclassical theories of production, when we teach in the classroom also, we used to emphasize on the optimum combination of factors of production. Appropriate combination of factors of production. At that time, he was arguing that it is not the simple piece of land, irrespective of its size. What is required is an optimum combination with other factors. Other factors of production. They should be combined with the land, the unit of land, in an optimum combination. Then the production will be optimum. That is maximum. Optimization theories we have been teaching. Now, so it is Ambedkar's argument is you have to take into account other factors of production. What other factors of production here, particularly for a farmer here, that basic factor of production is land, piece of land, and agricultural implements. One may call it as a capital, but better we call it as an agricultural implements. Whether agricultural implements for a unit of land is combined in proper proportion or not, that is essential. So therefore, Ambedkar's argument is you should look at, even at the national level or at the state level, whatever it may be, what is the availability of capital stock, that is essentially means agricultural implements, stock of implements, combined with piece of land. Here again, he took the data from the Baroda state and presented these details for the years 1889 and 1901. For this period, he has examined the data available and found that compared to 1889, the agricultural implements stock was diminishing, decreasing. And size of the land was not decreasing, as a matter of fact. So therefore his argument was, at this juncture, what is required is the size of the, what is required is the stock of the agricultural complements, capital goods, which is decreasing. So it is not the question of raising the size of the land. Now the essential thing is to raise the stock of the agricultural implements, so that the combination of the various factors of production, that is particularly land and agricultural implements or the capital goods, proportion is optimum, so that output is optimum. So now what is required for Indian agriculture is not to raise the size of the land holding, but the need is to raise the size of the agricultural implements stock. You should raise it. He means simply land size is large, you cannot conclude that it is an economic holding. Even sometimes size is low, size may be low, then it may be an economic holding, provided the optimum combination of other factors also combined with the piece of land. So it is not simply the size of the land, it is, as I said already, it is the combination of other factors, particularly agricultural complements. So what you have to do is, you can't simply argue, particularly these foreign economists also, particularly G1s, was telling, raise the size of the land, increase the size of the land, enlarge the holding. Something like that he was arguing. Therefore here he says, it is not the question of raising the piece of land, it is the question of more an agricultural implements stock to be raised given the present situation, that is low level of agricultural implements. This is what is required for. This is the great contribution of Ambedkar, a novel thinking of the definition of economic holding. That definition itself he was arguing. Therefore, farmer should have an opportunity, should have a possibility of the flexibility to alter his size depending upon the availability of the agricultural implement stock with him. If agricultural implement stock is actually very low, there is no point in raising the size of the land. You have to raise the size of the implement. The farmer should have that kind of a freedom, that kind of a flexibility, he was arguing. This is an important contribution of Ambedkar here. Friends, other things, as I told you in the beginning, the subdivision and the fragmentation was essentially because of the law of inheritance, law of succession, law of inheritance. Because all the children are sharing that piece of land, there is a problem of subdivision and fragmentation. Ambedkar did not agree to that. He said it is not the major reason. The major reason lies somewhere else. That is, there is a problem with the maladjustments in the social economy of India. Maladjustments in the social economy of India. What is this maladjustments in the social economy of India? You know, every farmer's family, his children, every person wants to share some piece of land. And as I already explained, sometimes this is not very productive, productivity is very low. Even when the productivity is very low, when it is a small piece of land, but a farmer wants to have some piece of land. Why is this? He says he doesn't have anything else which can be profitable. Whatever little land he gets, he says a farmer sees it as a profitable one. There is no other avenue for him. Since there is no other avenue for him, he is compulsorily choosing, trying to take. He is invoking every possible cause to get a piece of land. That is the reason why there is a subdivision and fragmentation. There are no other alternative avenues for these people. I recall my personal experience. I was telling you, I do not know how far it is relevant. Speaking of the personal things, in one of my interviews at Andhra University, one very senior professor from SU University asked me, Indian farmers, although the farming is not a very profitable venture, but they are not leaving it, they are not going for something else, they still want to continue in the agriculture, although it is not at all profitable. Why it is? I recall that question. Particularly, I answered when I read Ambedkar myself. Actually, at that time, although I am from a farmer's family, why he chooses it? Although when it is not a profitable, this did not strike me at that time, that because he did not have anything else. Ambedkar wrote that there are maladjustments in the Indian economy, since he does not have anything profitable except getting that small piece of land for his livelihood. He is heavily depending on land. This too much of dependence on land compared to many other countries. He has presented the data, I have presented in the tables. He has presented the data, he has shown that this kind of heavy dependence on agriculture is because of the no other alternative for these people. Therefore, this is not the case with many other nations. So, I repeat this point that this subdivision and fragmentation is not because of the law of inheritance, it is because of the fact that no other alternative avenues for these agriculture workers. Therefore, they are depending on land, on this piece of land. Now, you see, how to solve this problem then? He did not agree to the suggestions given by the other economies that consolidation, for the consolidation and enlargement, was saying that if you go for their suggestions, that is, what are their suggestions? Law of inheritance, one man, single man rule of succession, they were suggesting. Or this enlargement of capital. These methods would worsen the problem. What is the problem? Too much of laborers who are depending on agriculture workers, they are idle labor. He has also estimated the extent of idle labor in Indian agriculture with the help of one of the important studies by a foreign author, James Cade or somebody. He has estimated that for 1 square mile of land in England, the employed workers are only 50. Whereas if you take 4 times that figure, in India, it may be 200. But at that time, Indian population was 254 millions. That is slightly more than 25 crores in the early part of 20th century. Population, 2/3 is referred as agricultural workers who were essentially depending on agriculture. And if 2/3 is agricultural workers, 1/3 take out, he has estimated that at least half of it remained as idle workers, without any workers, without any work, superfluous. He used the word superfluous. When Marx used the term surplus labor, when they did not have work, Ambedkar used the term idle labor. Too much of idle labor in Indian agriculture, without any work. And you know, so that is the problem for the subdivision and fragmentation. Now, he has also draws another distinction between idle labor and idle capital. Idle capital, when it does not work, it does not consume. It takes a little, it consumes a little for its maintenance. But whereas idle labor, whether it works or not, it has to consume to survive itself. Ambedkar says idle labor is a calamity. And without contributing anything to the national dividend, it is a big calamity. And a national dividend will be depressing because of this idle labor. Therefore, the major problem of this Indian agriculture was idle labor, who do not find any other work except that work, whatever that work they do. Or sometimes idle labor means without work, on land only. So, you see, now, what is the solution? Ambedkar says, by the time most of these economies, advanced economies, now advanced economics, even at that time also relatively advanced economies, they have started as agricultural economies, including USA, UK, and they could shift their workforce to the non-agricultural channels, particularly industrial channels. Industrialization was taking place in those economies, and as a result, this agricultural workforce could be shifted to industries. As you know, for example, today in USA, around 4% of the workforce only live in rural areas. They depend on agriculture. This is the case with most of the industrial countries. Even our neighboring nations, developing nations, could shift a significant proportion of workers from agriculture to industries. But unfortunately in India, even today, if you look at it, 45%, of course, it is not exact figure, around that percent. Slightly less than 50% of the workforce depend on Indian agriculture. You could not shift. Somebody may say there is a lot of industrial growth, there is a lot of service sector growth. Why can't we shift? Yes, it is our failure of technology. Industry is about 22-24%, but its employment share is very much less. Service sector share is more than 50% in GDP, but its employment share is around less than 20%. Around, strictly speaking, around 15%. It did not contribute to employment. This is not the case with China, where there was a manufacturing development and employment growth was also very high. But unfortunately, India has first developed this service sector, bypassed the industrial sector, and as a result, employment we could not generate to the extent required. Now, however, this is a maybe small deviation, but Ambedkar's argument at that time that these nations could shift their workforce to the non-agricultural channels and resolve their labor problem at that time itself. He has presented the data. I have also given in my paper. When it is circulated, you can see that over a period of time, particularly in the early 20th century, while other nations, they are progressively shifting from workforce from agriculture to non-agriculture, that is industry and other sectors. But in the case of India, Indian economy, we could not shift. As a matter of fact, the rural population size was increasing continuously. The rural population size was continuously increasing. So, what is required, which was suggested long ago by Ambedkar, that there is a need for industrial development, non-agricultural sectors, and shifting of this workforce to that non-agricultural sector is the solution for the problems of Indian agriculture. This was suggested by Ambedkar long ago. And you see, as a matter of fact, he has presented the data to show that over a period of time, in the early part of this 20th century, India's ruralization was increasing. Population was increasing. Land under cultivation was not increasing in the proportion. Ruralization was increasing. As a result, this agricultural employment problem was also increasing. As a result, this workforce which was idle could not contribute anything to the national dividend. So, point I try to say is, long ago, Ambedkar has foreseen this problem and suggested for Indian agriculture, the problem is the shifting of the workforce. Despite our efforts even today, as I already mentioned, it is around 44% of workforce depends on Indian agriculture today. So this is the essential point I would like to try to say. Ambedkar has also quoted the works, particularly from the statistician from America, from the American government, who has elaborately mentioned how the reflex effects of industrialization would benefit agriculture. We all know now that there is a kind of an correlation between agricultural growth and the industrial growth. Agricultural growth leads to industrial growth, and of course industrial output growth also contribute to the growth of agriculture. That is other way also. But particularly since agriculture supplies all kinds of raw material, food, fodder, even today foreign exchange today through agricultural extent, through agricultural export to some extent, agriculture contributes to many ways to the Indian economy. And he has cited the studies how industrial development leads to agricultural development. He was arguing that when there was a significant industrial development growth, I am not reading that paragraph, just I am summarizing in brief, that the agricultural land values rises, the farmers' incomes rises, the wage earners' wages rises when there was an industrial development adjacent to the agricultural growth, compared to the areas where there is no industrial development. Agriculture gets prosperous, becomes prosperous when there is an industrial growth. And this is what he called reflex effects of industrial development, which will be spread to the agriculture. He was also quoting the words of caution uttered by a person, Sir Cotton. He was also quoting that India is suffering from too much of agriculture. That is the word he was telling. So, this was the major contribution of Ambedkar to Indian agriculture on the basis of his research. It is a very well researched paper. As an academic, he has developed this paper. He has presented this paper, which was already published. Friends, now other problem. I should mention, although I don't go into details, in 1947, Ambedkar, as I was mentioning, proposed collectivization of agriculture. Okay. Collectivization of agriculture. Actually, as a part of his plan of economic development. Other details I don't speak, because wherein he was speaking of all the basic and key industries were supposed to be nationalized, something like that, but I confine to agriculture, where he was proposing collectivization, 1947. By that time, these East European countries which have adopted this collectivization, there were successful stories. Ambedkar also proposed, because particularly in Constituent Assembly, the National Congress Committee was under the chairmanship of Nehru, when it was arguing for justice, social justice, economic justice, and political justice. Ambedkar raised a question: without socialism in the Indian economy, how do you ensure a social justice? How do you ensure this economic justice? He questioned Nehru. And at that time, he proposed as a part of preamble of the Constitution, which was not accepted as a matter of fact by the Constituent Assembly, that this collectivization of agriculture along with some of the basic and key industries. So a collectivization he has proposed, and a collective farming. Collective farming, as you know, let me spend a few minutes to examine its relevance today. At that time, it was a success story in communist nations, East Europe, particularly USSR. The basic poverty was resolved. The basic unemployment was resolved. Of course, productivity was, level of productivity was a little low, but these basic problems were issued. Afterwards, as you know, after 80s, the collapse of communism and other problems, people said, particularly for agriculture, unless there is an individual incentive, unless farmers were given their due place in taking the agricultural decisions, there may be a problem. That is how they said this may not be suitable to present conditions. Individual incentive is essential. But I say, at that time, when Ambedkar proposed this collectivization, it would have solved basic problems. Just like in USSR, this poverty and unemployment. But now at present, it is questioned because the low productivity levels are low, no incentive. Now, if you take I say, instead of going for collectivization now, I say, as an economist, that why don't you take the experience of other East Asian countries which have gone for reform in the post-liberation period, not post-liberalization, post-liberation period, like South Korea and other Taiwan, these nations. What is that reform they have taken? Agricultural reform particularly, wherein ceiling was fixed at 3 hectares and which was strictly implemented. The rest was confiscated. But in India, land reform was implemented, but it is not strictly implemented. It is a failure. So, those models and their productive levels have also gone up because of educational reform, which improved the skills. Therefore, what I try to say is, from Ambedkar, my argument is, at that time when he proposed collectivization, it would have definitely worked had we gone for that in resolving our basic problems. But in the present context, since India has adopted a model of basic peasant model in agrarian economy, J.C. Kumarappa committee, it has suggested, appointed by India, Congress government, it has suggested that you go for this basic holdings above this, don't go for capitalist culture, but they suggested collective farming in case of marginal holdings and reclaimed holdings, which could not be implemented. They did not agree for the large holding, for large farming or capitalist farming. But they have also suggested this collective farming Kumarappa committee, which was appointed by Congress government for the marginal and reclaimed lands. So, friends, I repeat, the paper of Ambedkar particularly, these small holdings and remedies, even today, very relevant paper, given the too much of dependence of workforce even today on Indian agriculture, there is the need for shifting that workforce, for which industrial and other non-agricultural development sectors is very essential. And also, educational development is also very essential to produce the skilled workers. So, if this kind of policy implementation takes place, to some extent it has been done, policy implementation takes place, definitely I think there may be a solution for the problems of agriculture. Agriculture here now, see, it is not the question of low output here. That is not we are emphasizing now, because through new technology we have produced enough. Now it is 330 million tons or something like that food grains. But the problem, but basic problem is employment. That problem solved, that I think the shifting of workforce is essential. So in that sense, I am one of those who believes that what Ambedkar wrote in early 20th century, that small holdings and their remedies, is very much relevant even today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. At the age of 75 years, the kind of a passion, the commitment, the memory, the way you are articulating, this is almost like listening to a class. So you have highlighted Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's contributions on Indian agriculture. So you have clearly explained about the concept of small holdings, and also how Ambedkar argued about to prove that the wrong relationship between inverse relationship, and also you spoke about ideal labor and optimum mix, factors of production, maladjustment, and factors which can contribute for the productivity, collectivization. I think you almost spoke about industrialization, whatever problems we have been facing today. The most of them were actually thought by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and he was trying to give, not only raising the problems, he tried to give solutions. As you said, most of his contributions are even relevant today. You also ended with skilled workforce. I think today, whether it is NEP 2020 or the job market, everybody is now speaking about skilled workforce. And I think you also mentioned something about the optimum mix. So how we can optimize optimum utilization of resources, and how do we improve the output and yield. And one important observation you made, the disproportion between the rise of industrialization and the percentage of jobs provided by them, it is a major concern. And of course, in connection with other themes, you spoke about agriculture and how it is being handled. But again, there is a concept of the marginal communities and agriculture when you are speaking about the land holdings. So the one generation to other generation, if it starts with 10 acres, by the time it comes to fourth generation, it become like, less than 1 acre per family. So that's where, we could see the industrialization and how we can link agriculture and industry, that agro industries. That's what Dr. B.R. Ambedkar also suggested. So thank you very much, sir, for really linking various kinds of concepts provided by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and linking them to the current context. So due to paucity of time, Sridevi suggested that there will not be any questions. If you have any clarifications and questions during the tea break, you can probably seek the clarifications from Professor Nancharaya, sir. So with this, I thank Professor Nancharaya, sir, for giving a wonderful talk. And I also thank Dr. Sridevi for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So I'm here to say a vote of thanks for this whole session. This is one way of very comprehensive presentation of Ambedkar ideas on Indian agricultural development by Professor Nanchare. Sir, as your student, I thought to say something for your contribution for development of Ambedkar Central University Lucknow, where I worked as OSD for 6 years. During that period, I was a little bit close to with the Vice Chancellor at the time, at the time Vice Chancellor. At the time I got the idea former Vice Chancellor. Then I requested him, I put the proposal in front of him to make something to honor in such a way that it should be forever in the university. So that proposal I put in front of him to landscape one part in the campus as the Professor Nancharaya Rose Garden. That was created, sir. That is being maintained. That will be forever in the university for your, in the name of honor of Professor Nancharaya. That was my initiation in the university. That was created. That is, as a your student, that much I could be able to do that in the university then. And another is, sir, as a Vice Chancellor of that university, one more proposal I put, it was approved and done it. In the Ambedkar University administrative building, your photo always will be there in the size of Ambedkar photo. So that is also fixed in the university for your honor. So this is what I want to, I don't know I want to say or not, but it came to my mind, I want to say, I'm sharing with you, sir. And come to our business today, there is a wonderful memory or repeat presentation of Ambedkar ideas on Indian agriculture. Sir, we have been hearing your lecture and I'm getting inspiration, but our students also now, there is a lot of students, they are also getting the inspiration from your lecture, the wonderful lecture. Thank you very much for presenting such a comprehensive lecture, sir. On behalf of the organizer of this conference, on behalf of the School of Economics, I am thankful to you, sir, for accepting and coming here at the age of 25 years, your own university coming in here and presenting your ideas. This is the commitment of you on Ambedkar ideas. Thank you very much, sir. And one today dynamic chairperson of this session, Professor Rajshekhar Garu, thank you very much for sparing your valuable time. I know you are a busy person in the management school. However, you come here. Thank you very much and spending your time with our students. On behalf of the organizer, on behalf of the School of Economics, thank you very much for coming and spending your time. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now there is a, yeah. Yeah.
I request Professor Nancharya to hand over a small token of thanks to Professor Rajshekhar.
Please come.
Not to sir. Sir will give it to you. Yeah. Yeah. And memento also. And chair will be giving it to the Professor G. Nancharya. Thank you. Now we'll have a small break for the tea. Already we are delayed 1 hour. So we'll have 10 minutes tea break and we'll be assembling back again for the 2 important lectures. welcome back to the another special lecture by Professor R.S. Deshpande. I request Dr. Ravi to introduce the speaker as well as the chair of this particular session. PPT is here. Sir.
I invite, Namaskara, good evening everyone. I invite Professor Sujit Mishra to come onto the dais and chair the session. I also request the central point of this session, Professor R.S. Deshpande, my guru, my guide, my philosopher. Please come onto the dais, sir, please. Good evening all once again, and namaskara. I've been given a brief job of introducing the chairman of the session as well as the guest speaker. Chairman of the session, Dr. Sujit Mishra, I believe does not require introduction to this particular audience. Nevertheless, you are aware that he is a professor at the School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. Previously, he was Dean Academic and Student Affairs at IGIDR Mumbai. His academic contributions are quite a bit. He has widely traveled and has been fellow at many international reputed institutions, and I request sir to chair this session and run the proceedings. And I take special pleasure in introducing Professor R.S. Deshpande. In fact, Professor Deshpande does not require much of an introduction. It's like introducing a person who has introduced many of us like me, Sridevi and many others here, to our life, to our studies, to our economics, our research, our teaching, our administration, bureaucracy, philosophy, and whatnot. So it's like, I've been asked to stand before the ocean and please introduce the ocean as much as you can see. I can introduce Professor Deshpande only to as much as I can see, because he's a colossal figure. I may be a little partial in introducing him because he has been my teacher at Gokhale Institute and my de facto guide in my PhD. So Professor Deshpande has run his BSc in the MA in Econometrics and PhD in Economics. Sir starts his career as at Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bengaluru, one of the renowned institutes built by Professor V.K. R. Rao. Then sir moves to Gokhale Institute of Politics and Economics, Pune, from where I did my master's. And we're fortunate enough to have him there as our teacher. He taught us not just economics, the way of life as well. And fortunately for us, he was there. He taught us quite a few papers. And in the hindsight, I feel that we have been so lucky enough to have him as our teacher and our guru. And thereafter, Professor Deshpande, sir moves to again back to the Isaac, Bengaluru, from where he pursues his research career. And coincidentally, I also moved back to Bengaluru as I joined the faculty of Bengaluru University. Again, I get to work with Professor Deshpande there. In fact, I should be thanking Professor Sridevi for giving me this opportunity. Sir has been a professor extraordinary. I don't wish to say that. He has been not just a professor, he also had, he becomes the director of Institute for Social Economics in Bengaluru, and is one of the he is the, not one, he is the founder director of BASE, Bangalore Ambedkar School of Economics now, which is popularly called as BASE, BASE University now. He's founding director of the university. BASE is being developed on the lines of, as you are aware, London School of Economics, and he lays a solid foundation for the development of Sir is a great academic, as you're all aware. He has published about 22 books, 125 research papers, 49 research studies, just one short of half century. And one of the research studies also includes a study when I, as the president of Karnataka Administrative Service Officers Association, we requested Sir to conduct a study to study the status of state civil service officers across the states. Sir has done a wonderful study, which remains to be the only study in India which has gone into depth, getting into the service conditions and problems and prospects of the state civil service officers. And I am personally, as well as on behalf of KAS, as well as the state civil service officers, I am personally indebted to Sir. And I closely keep visiting Sir every now and then. I overheard one of the conversations, not just overheard, in fact I properly heard one of the conversations wherein today when I was looking at his biodata, he has written 22 books. In one of the random conversations, in some academic circle, somebody said, Professor Deshpande has done a lot of research work, projects work and all that, but he has not produced many books, he has not published many books. If Sir wanted, going by research experience, I am sure all of you, all his students here would agree that he would have published hundreds of books, and all of a sudden I see that he's already published 22 books and long way to go. And Sir has, needless to say, won numerous awards. I will not keep counting all of them. And Sir has been a consultant on the advisory board and search committees, quite a few institutions, including Sir has been deliberating with the Planning Commission from 9th plan onwards. Sir has been the advisory committee of ICAR, Central Silk Board and CACP. He's also been advisory committee of World Bank, Asian Development Bank, Land Equity Australia. And when the WTO was having its heyday in the initial years, there was a special cell created at the Ministry of Commerce. I was then in Bangalore University, Government of India Ministry of Commerce, the special cell created to study the impact of WTO, which might have, how India has got to face it then. Sir was on the advisory board of that. Government of Karnataka, I remember, had a special WTO cell. Sir also was a member of that committee as well. Sir also has been an important committee of farmer suicide, mission on agriculture and marketing, Government of Karnataka. The list is endless, as I said, I'm able to give such introduction only as much as I can see, because my view is limited, and many things which only his close circle of students and colleagues know, that Sir also has been a poet and a painter, and he paints so well that I've been lucky enough that he has given me one of his best paintings to me, and that wall has been adorning the house of wall of my house till date. Sir, we're lucky to have here this evening, and Sir will be, as you're all aware, speaking on a pertinent topic of again a subject which is close to my heart, the public finance aspects of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Jit Mishra. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ravi. Thank you. I think it's, I also thank Professor Sridevi for giving me this opportunity to share the dais with Professor Deshpande. I think it takes me back. It's only fair that I recall Professor Radhakrishna for a moment. So, your teacher and a mentor to me. We have been missing, initially we have been missing each other. By the time I joined Gokhale, you had left for Isaac. But when back in IGIDR, when I was asked to do the study by Professor Radhakrishna on the farmer suicides, the first expert that he called to be a reviewer at the initial stages of the study was Professor Deshpande. And so that initial exercise laid the foundation stone. The second reviewer which Professor Radhakrishna called was Professor Narasimha Reddy Garu, and later the third expert was Professor Alag when the study was getting completed, because I take a moment, his style was that because I started getting very close with academically interacting with Professor Deshpande, the second stage should be a reviewer who I have not been in touch, though Professor Narasimha Reddy had taught me at the masters, but I had not been in touch with him. And then when I started interacting substantially with Professor Narasimha Reddy, he said that now I'll call someone who is his senior, Professor Alag. So what I think all three of them did contribute and to that work, and hopefully that contributed something for the farmers in the country. So it's nice, sir, and it's to you for the lecture.
I may be unsteady in my walk, but I'm quite steady when I start speaking. And I can speak without mic too. Yes, I'll be using it. And I'll be using it from here only. That's not a problem. Friends, my friend as well as Guru, Professor Thorat. Why I called him Guru? He's very close friend, and we do not address each other plurally, like aap वगैरह नहीं बोलते, तुम ही बोलते. But then Guru in the sense that getting introduced to Dr. Ambedkar as well as persistently working on it. He is one who provoked me and who stood with me, and that's something which was essential. Second thing I recollected is that my first love was public finance. We were taught by Professor Borkar, and Professor Borkar had this typical habit of doing this, and then he used to finish his lecture in right time. I loved public finance like anything, and therefore I said that it's Ravi who reintroduced me my girlfriend, Dr. Ravi Tirlapur. And that was, you youngsters may know very well that when you meet your old girlfriend, how happy you are. She may not be happy, but you are happy. So Ravi wanted to do work on public expenditure system or public expenditure as such. I was very happy. Beyond that, again, Gayatri also pulled me in public finance. I almost every year I write something on budget, and I am provoking Khalil to do some studies on budget. But then why I liked public finance? For the first instance, public finance is a subject which is closer to policy, the closest to the policy. And there exactly, we don't have many policy documents in India. There are some which are born and dead. But then, public finance, the budget is the one which, if you go through budgetary studies, you will find a kind of policy preparation. And then, that was something which I liked initially. I liked agriculture economics when I did the fieldwork in drought-prone areas. And then, one of my Professor Thorat was very good friend of mine during our postgraduate days. He used to discuss with me this, that, and voracious reader, I tell you. Within few minutes, he goes through it and he has a full grip of the subject. He doesn't use, he unduly respects me for econometrics and mathematics, which is undue. That's nonsense. I know it is nonsense. Though I taught econometrics for many years. But then, he, only for that, he says, Ram, you look into this. This seems to be a little difficult. It will be nothing. Which will be nothing difficult. When we were reading Deepak Lal, and Deepak Lal uses production function analysis in order to say Hindu equilibrium and tries to establish equilibrium, etc. And I saw it in one paragraph. We finished it. In one paragraph, reviewed Deepak Lal and destroyed, because the way he uses production function in order to explain was itself wrong connotation, because in institutional economy, production relations are between the components or inputs. That he has forgotten. Anyway, why I chose this subject is that many people people know Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar spoke on caste. At the age of 25, many of you may be reaching 25 or less than 25. At the age of 25, he wrote a monumental work on caste in India. And the work is so strong that none of the persons who have analyzed caste in India after 1950s, actually some of the studies came only after 1950s, reached to that level. Unfortunately, and I have stated it, the paper will be circulated. I will be speaking a little hurriedly because I took permission from the dean of the school that I will speak at least, because I was not able to see Sridevi, and Sridevi will say, no sir, you speak, you speak. So, dean is a person who has authority. So, I said 20 to 30 minutes, and my time starts now because earlier thing was, not in the lecture. Friends, when searching for, or when I was reading Dr. Ambedkar's literature, I found that there are four strands, four broad strands. The first strand, and that does not mean it is the top, just incidentally, that is proliferated, therefore I say mathematicalization of economics is the first strand. And most of the Nobel Prizes went there for possibly one reason. And I find that very strongly. One of my teachers had a paper in front of him for best paper award. Then he said, this is best paper. I looked into it, it was quite a bit of mathematics, equations, etc. I had a doubt. And that fellow picked up the whole thing from a textbook and placed it there. It looked very complicated and a very strongly technical paper. Sir, this is third-rate paper. It doesn't contribute even a single one issue. So the second group has a strong ideological leanings and argues in a specific ideological framework. This is ideologically committed group. The third group includes empiricists, those who collect the data. We saw Ashwini presented in the morning. There is a data and then there is a model, large amount of data churned to reiterate some of the realities, some of the very strong realities on the ground, something like that the scheduled caste children are not allowed to eat in the classroom. We know it. But then what is important is a political economic talking about it, making it a strong argument which Thorat has done. In his all writings, everywhere you'll see, the argument is very sharp, strong, completely chiseled. Then the fourth group includes committed intellectuals traversing in the bylines of revolutionary conceptualizations across branches of social sciences like anthropology, sociology, political science, monetary economics, public finance, law, constitution. You know whom I am speaking about? Not one discipline could border him. Searching for incremental welfare of humanity and arriving at a distilled theoretical knowledge. This is the rarest group, rarest of the rare. Very few people fall in it. Most of the people confine themselves to the boundaries of the discipline and what is called paddock, or the enclosure in which we put horses. Some frail bamboos are put around and horses are left inside. Horses feel that we are enclosed. And the owner also thinks that horses will not go. That frail bamboos, what is called paddock, is your syllabus. The horses, including teacher and students, are left inside. You are not to push that bamboo. No, don't go out of the syllabus. Don't read that, don't read that. And then we are closed, we come out in a very odd shape. We know nothing about any other subject. One of my students, for whom Thorat was the examiner, PhD student, Dr. Kamble, unfortunately he got lazy. I don't know what happens. Some of my students get lazy afterwards. They promise, nahi Ravi? They promise that they will publish a paper. Nahi Khalil? They promise that they will publish. Nahi Nitin? No, you don't hide. So, but they don't do it. What happens is that one has to make or strive hard to break those bamboos, come out, read out of the syllabus, read subject. This Kamble, I asked him that, see, you are working on the effectiveness of developmental programs for scheduled castes and scheduled tribes. First, you should understand why development programs are designed, in what way they are designed, what is the design of it. And if the design is not proper, they will never reach the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe. So you must read two things. Number one, design of the programs. Number two, what is the economics of caste? He went to a sociology professor, Boite. He went to another sociology professor and they said, caste doesn't come in economics. You do some table shares, some regression, some correlation, and that's enough. I scolded him. I got him back. Then that was the first thesis, why I called him lazy. That was the first thesis where discriminant analysis was used. And I always, when my student completes his or her thesis, I don't get into that subject ever. I avoid that subject because after that he or she should go ahead in it. Dr. Ambedkar was one who was going across the boundaries of every subject. This is the rarest group. Dr. Ambedkar belonged to this group, a revolutionary, pluralistic economist and a social economics person, with facets traversing through all the social sciences. He had control on history, Indology, even some of the Sanskrit quotations which he has given, very studied. Public finance is a subject with welfare of the population in mind and the closeness to the policy. The moment he entered Columbia University, first thing he made Professor Seligman, and he thought that he should work on the British India. Understanding him is not an easy job. He was an academic colossus, a multifaceted personality who had control on many disciplines. I wrote the disciplines. Barely we encounter a social scientist who can quickly negotiate through the maze of different disciplines and provide original out-of-box thinking. I wrote a better sentence in the paper, who will negotiate like a swan and emphasize like a tiger. His control on public finance can be seen in his a few crucial sectors, namely in public finance, we initially get into expenditure, or what you call it, allocations. Then we need to get control on the efficiency of expenditure. We need to get the balancing of the revenue and expenditure side. We need to get into federalism and financing the federal components like districts at the state level and states at the country level. All that, and taxation is one of the important things. He had a good control on that, and he chose to, after he wrote that Caste in India, somehow he went into the Edwin R. Seligman. Seligman, if you get into Google, you'll see that he was one of the very learned, very well-known professor of public finance in those days. His first dissertation was Administration and Finance of East India Company, a study of provincial decentralization of the imperial finance. Then he worked on evolution of provincial finance. Then his doctoral thesis was on the problem of rupee. Now, problem of rupee he picked up not because he liked monetary economics, not because he was a trained monetary economist. That's the one subject which I do not like at all. I don't know the purpose why I don't like it. But then, possibly my teacher, Dr. Arbad, punished me once for Ravi, for noting down what he is repeating as a word. There was a person who was repeating kind. So I told Ravi that the person is repeating too many times kind. So a kindly person. He was repeating some word many times. So the moment I used to mark it, and he saw that I'm marking out. So I was thrown out, possibly that may be the reason. But then Dr. Ambedkar chose monetary economics for one specific reason. He was irritated by the changing gold standard. And when he was irritated, he writes or my understanding is, when he was irritated, he wrote with a very sharp pen. And writing with sharp pen, which means the critic is so slicing that the words and the sentences are well prepared and well thrown at the audience. Then he published the history of Indian currency banking, and in the Constituent Assembly debates, you all know that, I don't have to say it, then states and minorities, etc. Apart from that, he was a nominated member in the Bombay Legislative Council, and in the Bombay Legislative Council discussions, if you look into, not many people have unearthed that. I tried to. I don't say I am successful, but I liked it. There are 4 components which he stressed, and this any public finance expert will say are the most important components of analyzing a budget or speaking about a budget. Why? When we talk about Karnataka, suddenly 13% is allocated to Bangalore city alone. What happens to other cities? Or less, for over years, recent years, we are seeing that 3.2%, 3.2, and suddenly 2.8% allocation to agriculture sector. Why is that so? So allocation is the first equitable allocation of resources, investment in human capital, balanced regional development, and industrialization and employment. These are most important component of any analysis of any budget. And when I look through Dr. Ambedkar's intervention in Bombay Legislative Council, I find that he exactly spoke on these components like a strong public finance expert. He was, not like a, he was a strong public finance expert. Because every time he spoke, it was with data and some of the things, and I have certain quotations. Then there are 6 important components which he prioritized in his speech or in his interventions. I just said them. Priority to welfare or elites. How much to be given to the elite sector, how much to be given to the deserving sector. Investment in public education and health. He speaks very strongly. Even both the things, education and health, over budget, last 10 years budget, Khalil had given me the other day data. Last 10 years, we have been, as percent of total allocation, we have been going down health and education. Why are we doing so? We need to question. And one of the members of parliament asked me, sir, which are the 2 important components that I should speak on the budget? I said, these are the 2 important. He's a cardiologist. As a member of parliament, he's going there. So these are the 2 important components. Even today it happens so. He was talking in Bombay Legislative Council. Third one, focus on industrialization, which I said. And morning, Professor Nanchare was referring to that industry. We have our growth, if it is decomposed. The services sector is the maximum contributor. It's not followed by industry. It's followed by agriculture, though there are fluctuations. But it's next, it should have been followed by industry, and we invest a lot in industry. Suppose somebody wants to calculate what is the per unit investment of returns across the sectors, we'll find that industry does not contribute to the GSDP as much as the services or the primary sector contributes. Then we come to the addressing of regional disparities. Remember, those among the audience from Maharashtra, they will realize that regional disparity is something like an ulcer in the stomach of Maharashtras. Every time there is a commission on regional disparity, they work on it, they give some schemes here, some schemes. Karnataka also we are facing the same thing. Now there is a recently they appointed a committee on regional disparity. The committee under Professor Govindrao, the committee will give its report, the report will go there and regional disparity will continue. The reason is the political economic structure of the regions that have been incorporated in the reorganized states is the reason. And in order to correct that, we have to have reverse engineering. What Professor Nanchara had told, that we need to allocate, or Professor Thorat also had told, we need to allocate to the regions disproportionately higher. which are backward. It's that argument exactly comes on the caste also. It's not simply giving the reservation in the education, giving the reservation in the industry. It's not simply that. It should be disproportionately higher so that, and I did work out somewhere, bit of econometrics, to show you that I know it. If you calculate the growth rate of a backward group, backward community, depressed class, depressed group, or depressed region, and if you calculate the growth rate of the oppressing class, the developed region, the developed sector, two growth rates, the distance between the two, the difference between the two growth rates is the one which should be added to the lower growth rate, and beyond that a multiplier has to be added, and that growth should be given to this sector, and this sector should continue with earlier growth rate. Certainly you will be able to make equality. Next thing is economic accountability in the budget is important. Support for social justice, accountability. He speaks somewhere on irrigation, that we spend so much on irrigation and our returns from irrigation is very limited. Vaidyanathan committee, when it was talking about irrigation returns, the Vaidyanathan committee was not really had gone to the depth. In fact, first irrigation commission report, Srijit, first irrigation commission report had stated far beyond Vaidyanathan committee in 1901-03, which I wrote in the book, that most of the irrigation economists of this country have never referred to the first irrigation commission report because that was far reaching, and we still have not reached the level of those recommendations. The incisive comments in Bombay Legislative Council, a small example, and I'll read it quickly. The Honorable Finance Minister will agree with me when I say that the first and most essential requirement of good revenue system is that it should be reliable. You make an estimate, it should be reliable. It does not matter whether the revenue system brings in large revenue or small revenue, but whatever it brings, it ought to be certain it yields, that revenue yields. Judging the revenue side from the standpoint, further he says that I am not happy that the finance minister had put his brains in all the sectors of revenue. Further, I just said, I do feel that irrigation department is not giving us full returns that we are entitled to get from them. Even today the same thing happens, that we do not get returns from these sectors on which we have invested. Sir, next thing, sir, if we look at these figures, what do we find? I am sure everyone in this house will be sorry to find that such an important province, that is Bombay province, should occupy the very lowest place in order of its relative expenditure on the reserved and transferred departments. Even the province of Burma, that time Burma was British India's province, even the province of Burma, which appears to have been so badly managed, stands higher than Bombay in this respect. I therefore submit, sir, that is a grave scandal. I said the sharp pen. That's a grave scandal. And in his writing you will find such words which usually a sophisticated person like Dr. Ambedkar doesn't use. I have devoted a certain amount of time to consideration for financial statement. He read through the entire financial statements, and the next paragraph shows you how clearly. Remember that his book on the next two books which will come, he has given tables. Professor Nanchira was mentioning about tables. He has given tables where he calculated. And mind you, the calculations were done by hand. If I ask some of you, 13 nines are how much? They will get up from the sleep. 7 eights are, that I know. Not beyond 11. But then, in those days, he must have done all the calculations by hand. And quite a huge data must have been analyzed. Nights out he must have been sitting. Now, just one paragraph I'll say. Sir, taking the budget in the way in which I submit, it ought to be taken. The question really that has to be asked is this: is this government to be congratulated when, as a matter of fact, it comes before the House and demands nothing more than a paltry sum of 37,11,000 rupees? At that time, no crores were there. No, he calculated that, and he said that whether it connotes a sense of responsibility, whether it connotes a sense of adequacy on the part of this government to come forward with nothing more than a paltry budget of 37,11,000 rupees. He was a nominated member, and you go through our parliament debates, any nominated member has ever spoken against the government, I'll change my name. They are nominated, so they are subservient to the government. Whatever the Prime Minister says, they say yes. Here is a nominated member who strongly condemned the government. No government worthy of its name, no government with any sincerity can tell the poor classes that it cannot provide these amenities because it has not courage to levy taxes, it doesn't have revenue. Today, many state governments say that we don't have money. We want to ask the center. They are not able to manage their state. Every state, almost every alternate state government is saying that, which means they are bad managers. And this has to be seen. This has to be told. I go further. In another alternative thing, I refer to public health. The total expenditure this province incurs on public health is paltry sum of 31,48,000. He was very particular that there are hundreds of villages which do not have water supply. There are hundreds of villages which do not have doctors. He was speaking of it. From the villages and bringing them down to the towns, the way, that's what Professor Ganchera said, that the additional manpower or labor power in villages, redundant. Now, many people talked about the surplus labor or redundant labor with zero marginal productivity or near zero marginal productivity from Schultz onwards. 1957, what Ambedkar wrote in 1918, which Professor Ganchera referred, Arthur Lewis got his Nobel Prize, same theme. He might have made it sophisticated, but theme is same, that you change the labor power from the backward region to the industrial region. Okay. Progress of education. I go further. His argument on land revenue is one interesting thing. His argument on land revenue is interesting thing. I say that taking the same items of revenue into consideration and judging them from the standpoint of taxpayers, I think the revenue system of this presidency is inequitable and indefensible. Take first the land revenue. Whatever may be the quibbles, whether it is tax or whether it is a rent, I may say that there is no doubt that this land revenue is a tax on the profits of the businessman. What is the business of a farmer? And why land doesn't earn? If land is left fallow also, he has to pay the taxes, land revenue. And that was the time land revenue was the major thing. We go further. Right, his thesis on administration and finance of the East India Company. 5 important points I say. In this dissertation, Dr. Ambedkar critically examined the finances of East India Company. He wrote very carefully using huge data. He says apparently, and this is one which was carried forward by Shashi Tharoor and Utsa Patnaik, albeit without referring to Dr. Ambedkar's name even. When did Dr. Ambedkar do this? 1917. They wrote it recently. One of them was in Columbia University only. Now, why did they write without referring to his name when he has done it for many years, data, and that time with hand? He says, apparently the immenseness of India's contribution to England is as astounding as the nothingness of England's contribution to India. He discussed how East India Company's dual role as commercial. Dr. Ambedkar presents very elaborate tables, etc. The East India Company's revenue surpassed 32 years. In 32 years, revenue was far higher than expenditure. and 3 million pounds over the years they garnered the surplus. He estimated the debt incurred by India as the colonial partner or colonial component, and British India as the giver. Debt from British India to India, or sorry, from UK to India, 7 million pounds in 1792, which increased to more than 60 million pounds by 1857-58. And the Afghan War, which was fought in Afghanistan, and Sepoy Mutiny, which was 1857 war, the homebound debts of India increased to pounds 38,94,400 pounds. Now, which means from 7 million to 38 million. Now, besides this, 40 million as a cost of the mutiny. Mutiny was fought by the British Army, of course Indian soldiers, and against Indian Army. So that 40 crores pounds were put on India as debt. Dr. Ambedkar quotes a British officer, Mr. Martin, in charge of Madras province. When cartloads of silver were going out of his kacheri, he remembered the poor in the hinterlands of the province, the British officer. He further discusses in 1858 legislation handing India's administration in full and final form to the British governor. I will not read further, go faster. Dr. Ambedkar concludes there, but whether mere animal, the Indian liberals defended it as we need peace. And Dr. Ambedkar writes, but whether mere animal peace is to be preferred to the economic destitution, let everyone decide for himself. In the entire thing, he writes about the administration, etc. And one important point he writes is, the last Mohammedan ruler of Bengal in the last year of his administration, 1764, realized a land revenue of 8,17,000 pounds. But within 30 years, the British rulers realized a land revenue of 26,80,000 pounds, almost 3 to 4 times more. He goes further into details of the type of taxes. Okay. Again, he quotes Colonel Briggs, page 29. A land tax which now exists in India, professing to absorb the whole of the landlord's rent, was never known under any government in Europe or Asia. A very painstakingly researched thesis. Next thing he takes, the evolution of provincial finances in British India. 4 important points I'll make and quickly go further. Ambedkar analyzed the decentralization of imperial finances and the challenges faced by provincial, that time states were called provinces, provincial administrations. A student of Indian finance has 2 chief sources of information. One, the annual budget statements and the annual volume of finance and revenue accounts. Both the things he used while computing his data and tables. He emphasized the complexities and confusions arising from changing categories of accounts, underscoring the need for clarity and consistency. We go further. The evolution of provincial finance in British India. 4 things he had looked into. 1, the provincial finances origin, the imperial system of provincial finances, and how this system was no good. This exactly was the material he got it for his Kale Memorial lecture in Gokhale Institute in 1939. This is worth reading. A 58-page lecture, not a small one. 58-page lecture, Kale Memorial lecture at Gokhale Institute. I'll come to that also. Then the imperial versus federalism. Imperialism versus federalism. Then imperial finance without imperial management, and systematically develops a thesis which finally concludes the needed change in the provincial finances in British India. And then the nature of change, he gives the policy framework, and then also criticizes what are the likely pitfalls of this policy framework. The Federation versus Freedom. This is the Kale Memorial Lecture at Gokhale Institute, given in 1939. The background of this was the Montagu Chelmsford reforms of our Government of India Act 1935. He has critically chiseled that Government of India Act 1935, delivered a lecture on 1st March 1939. That was the time when he had returned from the 3 meetings of the Round Table. And Professor Thorat has written about his speeches in Round Table Conference. He was very specific, and those are the speeches which you must, they are not in my area of lecture today, but please don't forget to read that. That's how you have to draft your speech. That's how you have to argue your points. That's how you have to keep to the focus of the point. British politicians believed that India need to be considered as a dominion status. The discussions were inconclusive, but then Dr. Ambedkar's interventions are worth reading. You intervene in the class, read that and then draft your intervention. It's so, artistically I would say that the strokes are, brush says stroke marker. The strokes are so powerful that each one leaves a spark of energy. Each stroke, the federal or unitary, the theme he had chosen for the subject of lecture was on the 1935 Act. A few things, I'll read only one each. Chosen. Division of powers by metes and bounds. This metes and bounds is a traditional English, that is boundaries. Metes and bounds between the central government and the units. Let us read it as states. And the states which compose it by the law of the Constitution, which is beyond the power of either to change and to limit the action of each of the powers given. 1990, so late, Government of India passed a resolution called Interstate Council. How many times we have had the meetings of the Interstate Council? And therefore, I tell you, 1999, the Government of India brought out an agriculture policy document, a very easily drafted. Somebody sat in the air-conditioned room and felt that this should be done for India. This should be done. Everything good should be done. I wrote a critic in the newspaper. I titled it a hold-all document. I don't think youngsters know what is a hold-all. Hold-all is a thing which we used to take to different villages when we travel. It was a long thing in which one bed will be there, one bed sheets will be there, our clothes will be there, and then it will be rolled and we sat on it to tighten it. That's hold-all. The hold-all document was 1999. Our Government of Karnataka Chief Minister called a meeting, said that, sir, we have to, in Karnataka government there is one good thing, that they discuss with professors. No other government does it, to my knowledge. They discuss with professors, they give respect to professors. And if a person has to come, Ravi knows it, if a person has to come, he comes home to talk to our H.K. Patil, a minister. When he wants to start a university in Davangere, Gadag, when he wanted to start a university, he drove all the way from Vidhan Soda to my house, Professor Saab, please tell us how to do it. No, that's a different government. Now, 1990, this Interstate Council was formed. But then, when the Farmers Acts were passed, Interstate Council was not consulted. It is there in the rules and regulations. It should meet. When the NEP was passed, Interstate Council was not consulted. Then why do you create sinecures? Sinecures is a redundant institution. The word for redundant, create an institution. It doesn't work at all. So why create sinecures? He wrote, coming to the question of finance, the disparity between provinces and the states, that is union, is glaring. Take a case of taxing authority, federation or provinces and the states. It may be noted that federation's revenues are derived from the success or fall in two main heads, those derived from taxation and those not derived from taxation, tax revenues and non-tax revenues. How do we distribute them? And then he goes on to the structure of finance commission also. The problem of rupee. This doesn't connect to public finance. That is what some monetary economics person whispered in my ears. He said, no, this is not public finance. This is public finance. Because the policy statements or the conclusions that he writes are entirely related to policy. And policy of finance. I won't be speaking much on this. Only one statement. In 1841, the gold coin was 1 pound equal to 15 rupees. From 1853 onwards, the gold coin ceased, and in 1873, silver discovery, silver price fell, and the rupee value fell. Rupee value fell so down that we had to give a lot of gold out. 1893, the pound came to 1.04 paise per rupee, which means the calculations that he made was certainly important thing. Now, he argued with Lord Keynes. Again, in our conditions, how many of us can go and argue with the head of the department, sir, what you have told is wrong? Do we have a courage? Lord Keynes was the boss there, and he writes, the difference proceeds from the fundamental fact which seemed to be quite overlooked by Professor Keynes, that nothing will stabilize the rupee unless we stabilize its general purchasing power, that the exchange standard does not do. That standard concerns itself only with symptoms and does not go to the disease. Indeed, on my showing, if anything aggravates the disease, it is that. Keynes defended the action. Dr. Ambedkar's main argument was against the reckless issue of the rupee currency management by the British. His commitment was internal stability of the Indian economy, and that could be possible only with gold standard and gold currency. He repeated this point in his memorandum given to Hilton Young Commission. I won't be talking about this. Wait. I haven't said it. I am saying thank you to Dr. Ambedkar for giving me so much of material. And the thing is that when in 1946-47, when he wrote about planning and his ideas about planning, you should read that. Also read what he wrote on public finance, and more importantly, the first budget presented by Chetty. He wrote in his resignation that he was not chosen to be one of the finance persons or even on the finance committees. Strangely, the first budget presented by Chetty, and Chetty was not an economist, he was a businessman and a Congress man. He was chosen as finance minister, and Dr. Ambedkar's comments on the budget, you must see. Similarly, his planning, he was also kept away from planning. The ministries which he handled, and Professor Thorat wrote a wonderful book on the irrigation, the contributions of Dr. Ambedkar in India's irrigation development. It's on Damodar Valley. And the way he has gone through the papers in the CWC office, I was witness. The way he used to go, check the papers, get the copies, it was very difficult. Getting something from the government, especially from the records of the government, is next to impossible. But still, he could get it, I can get it, because our government is very friendly. The important contributions his, till he was there, were exactly giving the suggestions on the finance, on the budget, all the things. But then, not many things, one has to dig it out, one should have interest in it, and whatever I could do within that short time, because one person with a Trishula was sitting behind me, sir, your paper. That is Sridevi madam. Last day when I was about to go to the airport, I was packing my suitcase, she said, today night only you should send. And I had sent it that day night to her. I wrote it not very hurriedly, I was writing it for some time. But then if there are any corrections, Professor Thorat, if there are any corrections, please intimate me, I'll try to improve it as best as possible. I must thank all my, I came here with my own audience. Jajati is there, Nitin is there, Khalil is there, Ravi is there. I got, Ilumala is there. So I got my own audience to clap. So I leave it to you to clap. Thank you.
So much, Professor Deshpande. I think Professor Deshpande can go on and on. The way he engages with, he was talking about a very historic, archival kind of material he brought in, but he was bringing in contemporary issues and he was engaging with his students. And so one thing we came to know that he's a poet, he's a romantic person, and yeah, she's there. So, Professor Deshpande, I think he makes, he's also a teacher. I think what you could see is a teacher, and he has given you a lot of homework. So at every stage he said, go read, go read, go read. So I think hopefully some of you go and read those things and write back to him that you have read. So I think a couple of Q&As. No questions? Okay, you can write to him.
Nobody asked that question. Why is it called vote? When nobody votes. None of you vote. Only he said that I want to propose vote of thanks. After somebody proposes vote, you don't vote. Then do I take it as not voted? The best is to say, I propose thanks to the speaker. But we don't follow. The simple thing we don't follow.
So I make a simple proposition like we had a wonderful session, sir. Thank you, Professor Sijil, Professor Deshpande, and everybody else for the very engaging session. Thank you, one and all.
You spoke so well, sir. We have the last but very important lecture by Professor Sudha Rani. I request Professor Bangya Bukhya to come on to the dais and chair this lecture. I request Professor Sudha Rani to come on to the dais. Professor Bangya Bukhya is specialized in modern Indian history. His research interests include community histories, the effects of power, knowledge, governmentality, and dominance, the state and nationalism, intellectual histories of Subaltern Communities, Identity, Politics by Forest and Hill People in the 19th and 20th century. Before joining University of Hyderabad in 2014, he taught history at Usmania University and the English and Foreign Language University. He was a postdoctoral fellow at the School of Oriental and African Studies, University of London, and was a Fulbright Nehru Visiting Fellow at the University of Pennsylvania during 2022-23. And he has published various books on the tribal literature as well as the reputed journal articles. Professor Sudharani is currently the director of GR, CR and D at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University. She has held numerous key positions including Director of Academic Affairs, Center for Staff Training and Development and Women's Development and Extension Center. She has also served as Head of the Department of History, Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and In-charge Dean of the Faculty of Education. Additionally, Professor Sudharani has been in-charge Head of the Department of Psychology and Journalism and Mass Communication, a member of the Research Projects Committee of the Indian Council of Historical Research and the Senate member of the Krishna University. She is also a member of various boards of studies across the multiple universities in various states. Professor Sudharani began her academic career with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University in 1992, and she has more than 30 years of service as an historian, and she has published various research articles in national and international journals and has also published various books. I welcome Professor Sudharani. Now, Chair will be taking over.
Thank you so much, Professor Sridevi, for having me for this evening. I don't know why Professor Sridevi chosen me to chair this session. I am not a specialist of gender studies. My area of research is Adivasi Economic Studies, but the only connection both of us have is we are historian. Okay, so without much delay, we are already running late. So straight away, I request Professor Sudharani to speak. Yeah. Yeah, I think 20-30 minutes you can take and.
Good evening, everyone. Respected Professor Sukhdev Thoratji, Nancharya Garu, Deshpande sir, and Bangya, who is going to chair, Sridevi, Vijay, and lot of Malaya. I have more friends in economics, though belong to history department. Today, I'm very happy to be amongst you. Giving a lecture on intersecting caste and gender, feminist reclamation of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Since morning, I think you've been hearing about Babasaheb Ambedkar's writings and various renderings on economics, economic development, agriculture, public policy, and several other issues. And this lecture is going to be little different. It's a real challenge for me at the fag end of the day to keep you engaged on this topic, but I'll try to be more interactive if it is needed. So academic disciplines in Indian University hardly encounter with Babasaheb's writings on women empowerment. And just to follow Deshpande sir, before beginning the lecture, I would like to place on record my journey not only as an academic, but as an activist in social interventions, began with Professor Thorat sir's encouragement. Me and my husband Ravi, we both were in JNU pursuing our studies, but at the same time, like, research as well as the footsteps in the Dalit movement is made or governed or been directed by Sir's guidance, and we are highly obliged to him for making us a very committed Ambedkarites in our lives. Since 35 to 40 years, we've been following that. We are happy to share that, me and my life partner also, like Vimalji and Thorat sir's guidance. We've been into various international forums also, and World Social Forum, Asian Social Forum, where we have done some studies and presented on contractual women and several other issues. So thanks to you, sir, for making us more committed towards the cause throughout our life. Coming to Baba Saheb Ambedkar, so theoretical debates and curricular practices of feminist engagement in Ambedkar is not adequate as it used to be. When I'm making this statement, I have a personal experience when I went to Bangalore, National Law University, Bangalore, as part of the training of UGC of women managers in higher education. We've been trained capacity building or some kind of program when I was a women's studies director in 2002. Everything, 2 days events, several lectures have been given to us, like, by eminent law scholars and the faculty of that law university. When I was listening to one of the lecture on Hindu Code Bill, to my surprise, entire lecture of 40 minutes was given by the eminent academic, one of the lady faculty, who didn't even consciously or unconsciously take Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's name. So which was very surprising, because we got introduced to his writings and his movements throughout our student lives. So I couldn't help myself in asking her, I have a question to ask you. What made you to very consciously omit Ambedkar's name when you are talking about Hindu Code Bill? She said, it's a Rouse committee report, and he has fine-tuned it, and he has presented as a minister. Whoever in that position as a minister would have been presented it. But this astonished me, the very, very, conscious attempt not to talk about Ambedkar's erudite scholarship in the public. So she was a feminist, she was a lecturer in faculty at Law University, and this reminds us the fact that the feminist or the whoever so-called feminist discourses since the beginning are not turned towards Ambedkar. I'm not saying they should turn to it, but he had done more than any feminist scholar on the women's liberation, women's question, and women empowerment in India. So this comes out of his commitment since the days of his student life. Just now Deshpande sir was talking about when he was hardly 25 as a student of Columbia University. He presented a paper on caste in India, Genesis Mechanisms, in 1990. It was presented in Indian Antiquary Journal, Anthropology Conference he presented. It was a well-researched, and so far I think no parallel to this treatise is found after how many days? 19, I think 100 years no one has improved upon this essay or at least made a critical analysis of caste in India. What made Ambedkar different from other leaders of his times is that, we have been discussing in several forums, the Raja Ram Mohan Rai, you take any name, they have tried to identify the peripheral issues which are confined to this very minimum section of the population, that is women, not even 10%, the sati and widowhood and all. They never went deeper into the analysis of, what is the root cause of these evils persisted in the society. What makes these issues to percolate in the Indian society? What is the root cause of the patriarchy? What is the root cause of the women's subordination? All these questions no one has attempted to analyze. It is Ambedkar who made an analysis through this caste in India, their genesis and mechanism. And I'll just come to it later. The social justice was a cardinal value for Ambedkar. Throughout his lifetime, he fought for this social justice, which includes women's empowerment also. Revisiting Ambedkar and reading his writing on women issues becomes inevitable in academia, in understanding class, caste, the intersectionality of the class, caste and gender in contemporary society also. The authorial brilliance, contemporary interpretive appropriateness of Ambedkar writings as feminist classics needs to be brought to light in the present day. So hence, when we talk about this, Sharmila Rege, several scholars like, Gail Omwad and Sharmila Rege and Anupama Rao, Uma Chakravarti, they have written several books on the intersectionality of the caste and gender and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's contribution. Sharmila Rege observes that the inseparability of caste and gender in Dr. Ambedkar's conceptualization and his interpretations of history and the place in the role of marriage in social construction of graded inequality provides an important understanding of the issue on women's emancipation in Indian context. And when it comes to the seminal work, Caste in India, which was written in 1919, I was telling about it. This was published in Babasaheb Ambedkar's volume 1, was the first scholarly work published by Ambedkar, and it was an innovative paper as a Golden Vases general ethnology course. It's a part of this ethnology course presented in a conference. In this paper, Ambedkar argued that caste was a distinct social category that could not be accounted either by the theories of race or class antagonism regarding the expression of racial origin of caste popularity in colonial ethnography, and nor even by the sociologist's claim for that purity and pollution. Caste is based on purity and pollution. So Ambedkar's early analysis emphasized two things that made clear. Brahmanism is a centrality to the development of caste relations, quasi-judicial basis, and caste regulation. This is one aspect. He theorized the social reproduction of caste along two axes, the limitation of Brahmanical modes across the caste order produced what he later referred to as system of graded inequality. And the second one is the Brahmanical texts, such as Manusmriti and other texts, the Hindus' illegal laws, what he terms as, responsible for the acquiescence of lower caste as well as the women. The second axis he talks about, caste is alignment of social and sexual reproduction through the control of women and their sexuality through endogamy. In the final analysis, this endogamy he holds as a major responsible for the women's subordination, like not allowing women from the dominant caste to marry from the lower caste is a basis of, avoiding intermixing of the caste as well as preserving their caste identities. So Ambedkar boldly asserted that the essence of caste was control of women's sexuality through the practice of endogamy. And this paper was the outcome of many ethos of Ambedkar's everyday experience, not comes from the books or textbook we have read, but it is outcome of his everyday experiences suffering from the caste oppression and graded caste system and the Brahmanical patriarchy which he has encountered with. So he established in his research that Dalits were different community from non-Dalits solely on account of the endogamy. And he also established in this writing that root of patriarchy and women's subordination lies in caste system. So having identified the root of the subordination, he worked towards the annihilation of caste in the later days. The second work, very important work, because I just want to make out or read Ambedkar's perspective on women's empowerment through his writings. Several writings have been made by Babasaheb Ambedkar. Most of you must be knowing about this. Caste in India is a generic essay, but it contains more about the women's subordination with the caste oppression. And the other essays which he has written over a period of time is The Rise and Fall of Hindu Women, who is responsible for it, and Riddles in Hinduism, Women and Counter-Revolution, and his writings on women he did not left anything unturned, whether it is a movement, whether it is a writing, because everything went side by side. His starting of the journals from Mook Nayak to Prabhupada Bharat and the editorials which he has contributed towards the women empowerment or addressing the women's issues, whether it is a general Hindu women or the Dalit women, and also how he has took up the cudgels of the leadership among the of the Dalit community, particularly the Dalit women, right from the days of Mahat and the temple entry movements, and later the Scheduled Caste Federation, Mahila Federations, the Satyagrahas at Pune and everywhere, like several Satyagrahas, and also the starting of the Independent Labour Party, and finally towards the end of the days, his days, like Hindu Code Bill. So throughout the life, he never left unturned any single aspects, whether they are writings, whether they are the movements, or the speeches which he made on several occasions, right from Mahasatyagraha, addressing the women gatherings. We have seen a consistent and continuous effort of Babasaheb Ambedkar addressing the women's issue and voicing for the women's liberation throughout his lifetime. So coming to the rise and fall of Hindu women, who is responsible for it, Ambedkar's writing on rise and fall of Hindu women is pointed out how Manusmriti, a Brahmanical text, imposed and sanctioned restrictions on women. And someone who wrote an article in the Eves Weekly in 1950 stating that, they addressed that Buddha was responsible for the downfall of the women. But Ambedkar stated that, that is based on that, the allegations that Buddha never allowed women into Sangha, or nor even equal position was not made to Buddhist Bhikkhuni Sanghas along with the Bhikkhu Sanghas. So all this criticism of the feminists of that time who published an article in Eve's Weekly, contesting that, Ambedkar made a comparison of the women of the pre-Manu days, women during the Manusmriti times, and Buddhist times. So this demarcation is made clearly with an evidence of Sastras and Smritis to show to the public that, what is truth in these allegations. So he says that, Buddhist society was progressive and in terms of admitting women into Sangha, allowing them to receive education, and many women who came out in public and participated in the debates and discussions, and without any restrictions, women entry into Bhikkhuni Sangha was a revolutionary movement. Therigadhas was composed during the lifetime of Buddha, where the Bhikkhunis, I think almost 60 women Bhikkhunis, composed their joy and happiness joining the Sangha. This was the world's first feminist anthology written during the time of the Buddha himself. So what he says that, taking the rise, it's Mrs. Wright David's translation of the Therigathas, he advocated that, how progressive was the days of Buddha, where, during his lifetime, a girl child preference was, he pointed out that Prasenajit's, when girl child was born, he says that, girl child, is a contemporary issue, highly a contemporary issue, but at that time, said to be, said to the king that, a girl will lead the empire, being the mother of the king, and no, we should not differentiate between the two sexes. And he refuted the theory Purusha Sukta, the fourfold division of the society, and also the Manu, the primeval man responsible for the births of the four castes. What he says that, when women at the after attaining the puberty gives birth with the husband, becomes pregnant and gives birth to the child, and through yoni the child is born. And how can a man gives a birth? This is a questionable allegation, observation. And how any person can born out of the head of a male. So he says that, Buddha said to have countered this theory of Purusha Sukta and fourfold division, and the four castes born out of a man is refuted by Buddha. This is cited in Ambedkar's Rise and Fall of Hindu Women. And he also says that, Ambedkar writes this to examine these charges and counter them with explanations. Another revolutionary work of Ambedkar is on riddles in Hinduism. Ambedkar's conceptualization of caste system is based on graded inequality, as we have already observed. His unpublished radical texts in Hinduism triggered riots and protest when published later. The more radical essay which is published as an appendix is the Riddle of Rama and Krishna, which is widely circulated within Ambedkarite counter-publics. When we talk about counter-publics, actually Ambedkar's memory or Ambedkar's calendar events, almanac, was made live in the memory of the people through Gayan parties, booklets, and music cassettes all over Maharashtra. In fact, in 1990s, the plethora of literature, which has oral literature, we could say, they about women's liberation could be seen among these counter-publics only. So before any analysis of the feminists began on Ambedkar's contribution to women empowerment. These counterpublics made a very strong impact in Maharashtra, and yesterday also I have seen one Ambedkari Jalsa where a woman was talking. I think some of you must have observed in social media about Amit Shah's statement in Ambedkar, why you are taking Ambedkar name repeatedly. Very strong words. The female singer of that Gayan party gave a counter, and very strongly, with the very strong words, she criticized the minister, stating these things. And she says that, yes, we'll utter the name till our last breath. So why, who are you to stop us? So this kind of very strong emotional and it sometimes deification of Ambedkar is to be seen in this counterpublics. And this riddle of Rama and Krishna, the more the oppression, the more the the opposition to this, it reverses back with a strong encounter with the counterpublics. Ambedkar's readings, Rama was not monogamous as it is been believed by everyone, Ekapatni Vrata. He is not Ekapatni Vrata person. And he says he has many concubines, and Valmiki Ramayana discuss about his routine work, drinking in the court, and throughout the day he spends half of the day with the concubines and drinking and discussing with the Vidushakas. So this is a routine of Rama. So Ambedkar says that, when this routine of Rama is like this, written by Valmiki himself, how could we claim that he is a Ekapativrata person and he only married and be with Sita? One more observation or the strong criticism on the riddle of Rama Ambedkar made is about Sita. He says that, Sita accepts to Rama's test of proving her chastity once after coming from the Sri Lanka, Lanka, but she yields to him and proving her chastity. And the second time, when again, based on the people's allegations, he asks her to prove it once again, she chooses to death than this cruel husband. This is what Ambedkar writes in very strong terms, that, in the riddle of Rama. And in riddle of Krishna also, he says that, he defines Krishna, women, he defines Krishna as a pleasure-seeking person, and not only 8 wives and hundreds of wives, and what it is proving to the public. What he says that what it is proving to the public, that about the morality of the Krishna. So another riddle, he writes them as riddles on Hinduism, riddle of Rama and Krishna, and another riddle is titled Manu's Madness, or Brahmanical Explanation of Origin of Mixed Castes, in which Ambedkar tries to unravel what Ambedkar calls Manu's madness. He argues that Manu's categorization of caste requires careful reading when it comes to the terms of 13 kinds of sons. In most of the sons not have direct physical link to the father. So the Rakshasa, or the 6 forms of marriage systems, and 13 forms of kinds of sons. All this is confusing. What he says that it is an immoral or illegal relations have been categorized and been put to public, imposed on public about this, the marriage relations as well as the offsprings. And riddle 19, Ambedkar turns to rule of Hindu kinship and argues that Hindu clan recognized 8 forms of, just now I was talking about, and 13 forms of marriages. Only euphemism for seduction and rape of women. They are nothing but euphemism and rape of women. They just go and take any women and get married. And many sons had no blood relation to fathers. So that can be from the other husbands. Ambedkar quotes from Manu extensively to underline low opinion on women to be had. Unraveling these three riddles, Ambedkar maps the madness of Manu. And if he says that, the mixed caste, when in quotes and Chandalas, what he says that, the mixed caste born out of the Brahmins and other lower castes, if their number is so huge that each time, you can't count, and each Brahmin women would have been more cohabited with more and more of the Shudra men. So the number is so much, we can't believe that Manu's analysis of this mixed caste. So he opposed that analysis. And another very important work of Dr. Ambedkar was on Women and Counter-Revolution. Volume 3 of Babasaheb Ambedkar's writings contains Ambedkar's unpublished essay titled Women and Counter-Revolution. He begins the essay by stating, Manu can hardly be said to be more tender to women than he was to Shudra. He says that at least with Shudras he could make some decisions, but when it comes to the women's issues, he was so shrewd and very cruel towards women. And ends with posing riddle. In short, pre-Manu days, women was free and equal partner of women. He cites Arthasastra and Narada Smriti and other Smritis. Why did Manu degraded her? At least during Vedic times, women enjoyed little rights, he says. This write-up is an investigation of Manu and other Brahmin lawgivers' anxieties over violation of endogamy as unregulated womanhood. These writings reveal the defining character of the Brahmanical patriarchy, namely the graded character of the gendered violence as a mode of organizing the caste system. So again, he links up with the caste system with the women's subordination. So there is another write-up which is not a separate writing, but as a part of the analysis of the caste system in India, written in 1936. You are all aware about it. But in this, he made certain observation regarding the caste and sexuality on intercaste marriages. He says that, I quote, where society is already well knit by other ties, marriage is an ordinary incident of life. But where society is cut asunder, marriage is a binding force, becomes a matter of urgent necessity. The real remedy for breaking caste is intercaste. He opines, nothing else will serve as a solvent of caste. So, I quote, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Annihilation of Caste, Volume 1. So, in arguing intercaste marriages could eradicate caste, Dr. Ambedkar highlighted the critical role of women's sexuality in reproduction of the caste. In addition to the ban on intercaste marriages, sati, child marriages regulated the lives of the dominant caste women. All mechanisms Ambedkar thought maintained between men and women by he proposed a surplus man, surplus women theory. I will not go into this as in the caste in India, the genesis and mechanisms. The structural functionalism of Ambedkar's early account of caste and sexuality, notwithstanding the caste power as a gendered and addressed how sexual regulation reproduced caste relations. His profound investment in the Hindu Code Bill, which I come to it little later, long held views of the constitutive relationship between caste and sexual regulations. So marriage was a hinge articulating social and sexual orders, but it also regulated sexuality through caste norms. Intercaste marriages were intrinsically political acts because they acknowledged the intermixing of the castes and opposed to endogamy. So this observation of Babasaheb Ambedkar in Annihilation of Caste, which could not be taken along in later also. Now comes to the Hindu Code Bill, which his writings, I'm only citing his writings on this first explanation of Hindu Code Bill in the Constituent Assembly, and also giving reasons for his resignation on the eve of the not passing of the bill, Hindu Code Bill. His extraordinary contribution in pivotal role in drafting Hindu Code Bill, recognition of women's autonomy and agency, is in several matters contrasted and still contrasting the historical patriarchal norms of past centuries and also the contemporary society. The significance writing of Ambedkar on women empowerment, titled and Unset of Hindu Code Bill, and other one, discussion on Hindu Code Bill, which is to be seen in volume 14, Baba Saheb Ambedkar's writings and speeches. Excerpts from a statement by Dr. Ambedkar in Parliament explaining his resignation as a law minister. In drafting the constitution, which guarantees the equal rights for all the sexes, Ambedkar took a framing of the, as a continuation of the constitutional spirit, Hindu Code Bill, to recognize the politically equal Indian women as citizens, as individual. The bill sought to codify diverse Indian systems and practices, which were in vogue already. And he says that in a Hindu Code Bill in no way is a revolutionary aspect or not even innovative aspect, but it is there in the scriptures and smritis existed in Indian society. So Hindu law was essentially personal law governing the Hindu district. The bill sought to alter the order of the new laws of maintenance, marriage, divorce, adoption, guardianship. Though the Constituent Assembly had accepted in principle the equality and absence of discrimination between the sexes, the effort to reform personal law provoked violence in the Constituent Assembly. There is no support for his arguments because the Constituent Assembly debates are filled with oblique references to Ambedkar's caste identity as well as explicit manifestation of legislative manifestations of the caste identities. So when moving the Hindu Code Bill, Baba Saheb Ambedkar, in his introductory speech, he made it clear to the Constituent Assembly. On 24th February 1949, he says, I quote, "This is no sense a revolutionary measure. I say that this is not even a radical measure. On the whole, the Hindu Code Bill met with a stiff opposition both inside and outside the parliament. It aroused widespread and bitter controversy. Among many critics of Hindu Code Bill, there are several Hindu fundamentalists, Prasad Mukherjee, who said that Hindu Code Bill would shatter the magnificent structure of Hindu culture and ruin the dynamic Catholic way of life that had wonderfully adopted itself to change for many centuries, withstood for many centuries. Pandit Madan Mohan Malviya found that if this bill was passed, it would weaken the very fabric of Hindu society. Sardar Bhupendra Singh Mann termed the code conversion law, added that Manu of Ambedkarian religion, look at the very careful terming of the Manu of Ambedkarian religion should not be imposed upon him. Ambedkar had to face stiff opposition. In spite of his efforts, Ambedkar was not successful in getting the bill passed. And later, in several occasions, he was very upset, and he gave several reasons for this. On several occasions at Siddharth College in a meeting in 1950, Ambedkar was specially invited to talk on Hindu Code Bill. In his speech, Ambedkar said it would be wrong to describe Hindu Code Bill as a radical. And he also says that, as regards the authority under which code was drafted, he said that modification, he proposed only modification, not is a complete revolutionize the Hindu laws. They were based, whatever modification he proposed, he says, were based on the Hindu Shastras and Smritis. The property was governed by Dayabhaga system, which was in existence in the Hindu society for long. The child belongs to the caste of the father.
Yeah, can you conclude?
Yeah, fine. So, yeah. He says that in his words that the bill was only aimed removing the obstruction of law in social advancement of women. On wealth depends independence, and women must be very particular to retain her wealth and rights to help retain her freedom. So this is what his intention in proposing this bill. He also lamented, like, none of the prominent women inside the parliament and outside the feminists were interested in the progress of women. And one more, apart from his writings, I just will cut short his observation. On the eve of resignation, he says that I will now deal with the matter which led me finally to come to the decision I should resign. It is a treatment which was echoed to Hindu Code Bill. Bill was introduced after 4 years struggle, the bill was not passed. And he says that I will now refer to the fourth matter which deal with resignation. Cabinet has become merely recording a resignation office, and no time was given for discussion also. And this came to me as a great shock. I transacted bill as dropped because of other and more powerful members of the cabinet who wanted precedence for their bill. So, unable to understand how the Banaras Aligarh University bills and how the press bill could be passed within a short period, why this Hindu Code Bill was delayed for such a long time and could not be passed. He says that to leave the inequality between class and class, between the sex and sex, which is the soul of Hindu society, untouched, and to go on passing legislation relating to economic problems is to make a farce of our constitution. So, this is a significant he attached to the Hindu Code. So, how Ambedkar's writings, right from the castes in India till the last, and I was talking about in general observation, but one more aspect which is very powerful is his speeches on several occasions, whether it is Mahat Satyagraha, where he voiced out transformation of the Dalit self, Dalit women's self, Swabhiman and Swavalamban. These are the two aspects, self-respect and empowerment. Empowerment, the doing away, Swabhiman is self-respect. He ensured that, all the Dalit women should do away the marks of the identification of which is been for centuries was put on them, the marks of their drapery, the marks of their untouchability, like, marks of, wearing the beads and not the proper way of draping their saris. Right from that, that minute observations, he advocated that women should come out of the slavery, and they should be in forefront in the struggles. Mahat's speech at 1927 was a landmark in the lives of the women who has come out of their the thraldom of the slavery, and many thousands of women participated, whether it is Samta Sainidil, Mahila wing, or women at temple entry programs at Amravati and Nasik, Kalaram. All these movements, women were in larger numbers participated in his movements. And Scheduled Caste Federation speeches also, like, the very landmark speech he made to the women, stating that you don't follow your husband as a, like, who is inferior to your husband. Be along with your husband or with your man in the struggles against the slavery. In all this, political agenda is also being dictated to, by Ambedkar to the women to fight for the rights. Women started asking the seats in the local legislature bodies, and women started organizing. Ramabai Mahila Mandals have been started, women's organizations have been started, and women interventions, Dalit women interventions in the labor movement also started along with the Ambedkar's inspiration. And this culminated in the Diksha Bhumi, where, you know, even his address to the Kamatipura women and Bombay Dhakase Hall is very landmark, like, you know, unlike the, on moral grounds, like, you know, Gandhi and other leaders, they advocated to do away with this Jogini or Devdasi customs. But he says, this is, you know, he addressed, like, you know, he identified this profession, why they entered out of the poverty, object poverty. He says that, you know, you can die with hunger, but come out of the profession, give education to your children. Like a father who advocated this for the from coming out of the slavery and coming out of the casteist professions in the name of, like, you know, the prostitution in the name of the religion. So one little example I'll just make about, you know, Dalit women, how they transcended their lives to come out in public, and the plethora of autobiographies we have seen is an outcome of the Ambedkarite movement, which brought a change in their lives. Just 2 minutes, Mangi. Some other interventions, his discussions in the Bombay Legislative Assembly, and when it comes to, I'm tempted to talk about some economic reforms brought out by Ambedkar on women especially. Two landmarks which I have observed is maternity benefit bill and the bill on the birth control. So when the bill came to discussion, the members started questioning that, why you are giving the compensation? Is pregnancy an accident? Replying to that question, Ambedkar says that, you know, yes, I do accept. I believe that, you know, this is not an accident, but I believe that, you know, it's in the interest of the nation. The mother ought to get certain amount of rest during the prenatal period and also subsequent after the childbirth. So, and the principle of bill is based entirely on the principle. So, I'm bound to admit that the burden of this ought to be borne by the government. So, he very emphatically says that, you know, this has to be done because it is in the interest of the nation. The progeny is being done by the women. They need rest as well as the compensation also, the benefits related to the maternity. And the measures of birth control, whenever a woman is disinclined for bearing a child for any reason whatsoever, she must be in a position to prevent conception, bringing forth progeny, which should be entirely dependent on the choice of women. He emphasizes it has to be on the choice of the women. Normally it is not lies with the choice of the women, but in the men of the family. Society would be in no way profit by this addition of unwanted progeny. More than the progeny, he sees that in the health of the women, mother is more important. Only those children who are welcomed by our parents can be of social benefit, and hence every woman should be enabled to resort to prevention of the conception quite easily. So these, like, you know, it's a like an ocean. Sir was talking about, like, how he addressed the social systems and the link between the caste, gender, and the patriarchy, how he addressed these issues, interlinking or intersectionality of all these issues are, he's only perhaps the modern thinker in modern India who could think about these minute things these minute things related to women's lives. So to advocate this, he didn't stop by mere writing, not even the speeches. He makes sure that this has to be brought into the public consciousness by publishing in the Moknai Bahishkrit Bharat. I have seen these 4 volumes of Bahishkrit Bharat, which has been translated into English. Please go through them. Each editorial write-up of Ambedkar talks about women's issues. Not even a single issues without women's issues. He Mahasatyagrahas, like women gatherings, news is being published. And in Janata Samata, the kind of call for the women's empowerment is to be seen in all the volumes of the journals which he had published throughout his lifetime. So one is more than the write-ups on feminist turn to Ambedkar, it is the counter-publics that made visible among the women's liberation and Ambedkar's contributions. There is an urgent need in academia to turn towards Ambedkar as establishing as feminist renderings, as well as because the today's society where we are encountered with several challenges to the constitutional spirit of India, the kind of Hindutva philosophy which is gaining its prominence and relevance of Ambedkar becomes more and more clear when it comes to women's issues. There are questions about their drapery, their dressing up, their movements, and a superimposition of all those outdated cultures on them, and more of recent Kumbh Mela. Yesterday I have seen a girl, Ambedkarite women, like she is talking that why should I bathe in that drainage of water, like when I have very much facilities to take bath in the pure water. So this kind of women are more thinking rationally, but the more women are coming out, Ambedkarite women or any other rationalist thing is being seen in the publics, mostly in counter-publics, the imposition of the Hindutva forces are becoming more and more dangerous these times. A rationalistic approach of Babasaheb Ambedkar and the feminist silence still in taking up or looking towards Ambedkar's writings as feminist renderings is still to be filled with in academia. Students should come out of these biases and look towards more towards Ambedkar and go through the writings, please. So once you read Ambedkar on several issues, whether it's economy or women or political struggles and all, you will know more about him, and his thoughts are very much relevant to the present day context because the issues raised by Ambedkar, and we are going backwards again towards this same old Manusmriti and imposing on women's lives these days. So with this, I thank you for your patient listening at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Sudharani, for the wonderful, thought-provoking lecture. There are many takeaways from this lecture. I think there are many girl students here. I hope Professor Sudharani has provoked you. Professor Sudharani started her lecture saying how Babasaheb Ambedkar and his writings has been ignored in feminist writings. There are so-called feminist writers. They deliberately basically ignore Babasaheb Ambedkar's writing. But as she has told in her lecture, all through his writing, I mean, so you will find a woman question in all his writings as well as in his political activism as well. Okay, so she has mentioned
few scholars like Uma Chakravarti, Sharmila Rege to some extent, use Baba Sahib Ambedkar's perception of gender question. Sharmila Rege means I one of the very favorite of her writing. I mean, her book particularly writing caste, writing gender, Agnes madness of Manu, classic works. I mean, girls here, you must read actually Sharmila Rege's work. And Professor Sudha based her lecture on Baba Sahib Ambedkar's writings. She refers caste in India, who is responsible for downfall of Brahmin women, riddles of Hinduism, riddles of Rama and Krishna, and women and counter revolution, and also Hindu code bill as well. So what you see in all Ambedkar's writing is I mean, he tries to make basically a connection between women and gender. Okay, sorry, caste and women. Caste system has been continuing through controlling women. That's a very central argument when it comes to the women question in Ambedkar's writing. So and when he proposes Hindu bill code as well, this is the philosophical thing behind that bill. If upper caste woman is liberated, then you can actually solve caste question in India to an extent. So and Professor Sudharani has actually cautioned us about the contemporary politics and what's going in India in the present context. I mean, Ambedkar relevance is actually growing and growing and growing. So we should actually read Ambedkar more and more to actually counter the present political formations and kinds of things falling on us. With this, I think I once again thank you, Professor Sudharani, for the wonderful lecture, and I also thank Professor Sridevi for this opportunity to actually share this wonderful talk. Thank you so much.
I request Chair to give a memento to Professor Sudharani. No, this no, memento. Memento. Give the memento first. I once again thank Professor Sudharani and Professor Bangya Bukhya. It's a very, very long day especially for Professor Thorat. So he has been with us since morning 8:45 and now it is 7:35. So I thank all of you being with us, and still we have a good number of audience shows that how interested they are with all the lectures in the afternoon. And today we successfully completed the first day with the help of all the student volunteers and delegates as well as the students participating in the conference. So we should appreciate ourselves that we did successfully complete the first day. Thank you, and tomorrow morning we'll be meeting by 9, as the session will be starting at 9:15. The technical session will start at 9:15. Thank you all.